secret is visible now. Deciding whether to add one more.
I trust you have all had your coffees and are fit and firing because we're starting with, gives me great pleasure to announce uh, one of our newest partners, to be partners, WAB. A brief backstory. Felix, our ex-president, met our guest speaker, Professor Dr. Arikantila Gentile, in Goa, if I'm not wrong, and then Tammy and Ika met him in Goa again this year, after which we really sped up the process and we had a few meetings. I ended out because Professor Gentile is the president of the World Association for Pediatrics, and in IVSA circles, this has not been spoken about very much. But in a lot of countries like mine, pediatrics is a very big part of veterinary medicine. So yeah, this definitely deserves thinking about. And to know more about it, I'd like to welcome our speaker with a round of applause.
So first of all, I have to thank Felix and Tamin for these big opportunities for us, for the World Association for Pediatrics, to enter in your network, to have this very challenging opportunity. Is an honor for me to be here, as I said the day before yesterday. I'm sorry that this morning, in the morning, perhaps people are still a little bit sleeping. But as we say, so in Italy, in Nepal, you say namaste, or to say, I think, good morning, something like that. Therefore, to let you wake up a little bit better, May and Julia, we just greet you with together with the cow. My mouse. So we can, yes.
Buongiorno! Buongiorno!
So, okay. So what is the World Association for Pediatrics? So the World Association for Pediatrics is we can say a network of local pediatric association all over the world. I will explain you. I will show you what are the countries that are member. But first, what does it mean pediatrics? Because when I go all around the world and they say, so I am the president of the World Association for Pediatrics, everybody say it was an honor, but nobody knows what pediatrics means, and therefore they say, okay, very good, but don't know who you are and what you do. So pediatrics from Greek means bovine medicine. Okay, bovine medicine because bovus from Greece is cattle, and iatrix, iatrike means art of healing. Perhaps you know better pediatrics, geriatrics, and so on. It's the same. So pediatrics. Okay, therefore it literally science the art of curing sick cattle. So it is a quite old association, perhaps not as old as you, but more or less the same. We were founded conceived in Hanover in 1960, and then the first Congress with the foundation of the World Association for Pediatrics was in Vienna in 1962. What is the World Association for Pediatrics? So the World Association for Pediatrics is this global organization that represents national and regional association, so pediatric association, where there are, that are dedicated to bovine medicine. It is an international network that fosters excellence in bovine medicine by promoting global exchange of knowledge among the veterinarians working with cattle, supporting long life education in the field of bovine medicine, facilitating reciprocal relationships among the different actors within cattle medicine, cattle production, so industry, practitioners, universities, institutions, officers, opinion leader, and so on. And organizing biennial World Pediatric Congress. So this is the most important event of the World Association for Pediatrics every 2 years. This year will be in Istanbul, and usually we range as a participant between 1,500 until 4,000, as we expect in Istanbul, despite the conflict in Middle East. And also we encourage the organization of regional pediatric congress and the scientific events, local scientific events. For example, so regional congress in Middle East, in South America, and so on. But I will give you some more details later on. So who are the members of the association, of the WAB? So we have a full membership that are the National Pediatric Association, for example, Italian Pediatric Association, Austrian Pediatric Association, Brazilian Pediatric Association, and so on. So the members are not the single person, but are the local association. Then we have associate membership for multinational association or for federation. For example, the FAVA, so the Federation of the Asian Veterinary Associations, is associate member of the WAP. The South American Pediatric Association is also associate member. And then there are some countries where there are no pediatric associations, so there are no organized association working with cattle, and therefore, in order to let's try to promote a local pediatric association, we have a contact person that can act for us there to prompt and to start eventually the local pediatric association. So observer membership, contact membership, observer membership. So this is somehow the map of our members. We have 64 members that represent 60 countries all over the world. In some countries we have more than one pediatric association. So you see, all over the world, we need more representatives in Africa, and this was one of my goals during my presidency. And then I told you we have an associate membership, so multinational association or federation. As I anticipated, we have the South American Pediatric Association, we have the FAVA that is member, we have the so-called famous PROM, Mediterranean Federation for Health and Production of Providence, we have the Middle European Pediatric representative for the Middle European countries. And then we have some observer membership, especially from Africa, because as I told you, we are trying to involve more the African countries. So these are the congresses that we have organized so far from 1960 all over. Practically, we organize congress, as you do also all over in all parts of the world. The last was in Cancun, the next will be in Istanbul, and for us it will be very important also for our relationship, because as I will explain to you, as you already know, we are going to sign the memorandum of understanding between our two associations, and then in 2028 it will be in Jeju in South Korea, and we have a big representative here from South Korea, therefore I hope you will be attending the Congress. I will talk to the organizing committee to give you free entrance. I don't know whether they accept it. So personal goals. I became the president 4 years ago, and this year in Istanbul I will leave this position. I will become, as you also have in your office, past presidents. The next president will be from Brazil. But during these 4 years, I had some personal goals, that I wanted really to satisfy, and it was to include the new countries, but especially to include countries from low-income countries. So for poor countries, in this case also from Africa. I work in Africa also with some projects, and therefore for me is one of my favorite continent countries. So also we wanted to support countries to organize local pediatric association in these low-income countries. And also for these countries, we would like to give the opportunities and possibility for people that don't have, cannot afford to attend the national congresses because of the cost, because of the flight, because of the fees of the congress. And you can imagine that especially from African countries, they have difficulties to participate to a congress. Last year we were, or 2 years ago, we were in Cancun, and the cost of the flight was very high. Therefore, the representative from Africa is very low, but we would like to give them the opportunity to participate to high-level Congress, and therefore we are pushing to organize regional Congress, and in this case, the African Congress. Therefore, now we are considering, during these weeks, we are thinking to organize the first continental African Pediatric Congress in Namibia next year. So to give the possibility to African representatives to attend. It will not be so easy, but we will try to do this. Originally, we wanted to organize in Addis Ababa, in Ethiopia, but due to the condition situation in Ethiopia, in some part of Ethiopia is not so safe. Therefore, we decided to move to Namibia, where let's say the political situation is a little bit better. So now what we do, because this is, I would like to enter also in respect to young people, of course, everybody knows that we need also young people, especially because we would like to increase awareness and for the students in many countries. Your colleague that introduced me has already mentioned that there are some countries where livestock is of paramount importance also for the livelihoods. In some other countries, the university, I will go back to these topics in a minute. Many universities have moved the focus, the center of gravity in companion animals. Therefore, we are starting to have scarcity in food-producing animals, veterinarians. So what we wanted to do, and this was also my personal goals, is to increase the budget for the students award. For these students award is 1,000 euro that the association provide or offer to students from all over the world to attend our Congress, the World Pediatric Congress, together with a free entrance. In 2024, we had 15 students from all over the world. This year, we have a list of 19 students from China, Ethiopia, Malaysia, Brazil, Chile, Turkey, Tunisia, Mexico, Spain, and Czech Republic that will be attending the Congress. Unfortunately, we fear that some from Ethiopia will not get the visa. We hope that everybody will be able to attend the Congress. Anyway, this is something that we would like to increase also for the future. And now we arrive to our partnership. So this was really something that I wanted to do, and when I met Felix 2 years ago in Paris, finally we are also, because Felix is a large animal clinician, and therefore we are in synchrony. So we speak the same language, we speak, and therefore we decided to start with this project. And the time I met Tamina last in May in Paris, and therefore so we practically we were able to finalize the agreement. So and why we wanted to, I think, bite-size this partnership. First of all, to increase student engagement in pediatrics, so in bovine medicine, in these topics, by raising awareness and encouraging young veterinarians to pursue careers in cattle and ruminant health. We need in many countries, and therefore this is now. Across many countries, veterinary education is experiencing a progressive shift towards companion animals medicine, reflecting changing student interest and career opportunities. countries. This is something that you know better than me because you attend the universities and you know, and perhaps the majority of you has already showed interest in companion animals or on horses more than in livestock and cattle. But at the same time, the livestock sector is facing an increasing shortage of veterinarians, not only in countries where livestock is still the major income, economical income, but also in high income countries where this shortage. Shortage veterinarians with expertise in bovine and ruminant medicine, particularly in rural and food animal practice. I don't know whether there are students from France, for example, there are some area in France, also in Italy, Germany, where there is really a strong request of young veterinarians. And so therefore this imbalance represents a growing challenge for animal health, food security, antimicrobial stewardship, and the sustainability of livestock production system. Therefore, this is what I think we are going to do this morning. So we have to sign definitely the memorandum of understanding. What does the memorandum of understanding include? So the purpose is to establish a strategic partnership between WAB and IVSA, I say, to promote students' engagement in pediatrics, to increase awareness of career opportunities in pediatrics, facilitate knowledge exchange and mentorship, support the development of the next generation veterinarians working in bovine veterinary medicine. And we can try to pursue these objectives through educational activities, scientific exchange, student participation in international and regional events, and jointly developed projects. I should say that especially in association where the activity, the commitment of the person like you, like ourselves, is on a voluntary basis, it is strongly influenced by personal commitment. And therefore, I hope that we all, and also the ones that will follow me in the management of the association, will go in this direction with their most effort. But on my personal commitment, I will guarantee that we will continue. So what are the commitments from our side, from the WAB, to allocate 3 of the currently available WAB student over position to student nominated by IVSA? I told you we have this student award, this year 19, and therefore, as from now, so not from this Congress, from the next Congress, 3 students will be indicated by IVSA, by IVSA. Then we offer 2 complimentary registration for World Pediatric Congress to be allocated to IVSA nominated participants. I had to mention it in the agreement as from 2032, so from the Congress after South Korea, because we have already the agreement with South Korea, but I will talk to South Korea to include some of you already from the next Congress. But in the agreement, I couldn't say we start from Jeju, from South Korea, because we have this agreement. But don't worry, we work for that. And the president of the organizing committee, Professor Yun Lee, perhaps you know, is a very good, and he will for sure support us. To extend an invitation to the IVSA president to participate in our general assembly as an observer, unfortunately not economic support, and to jointly organize at least one annual webinar. We have a webinar every 2 or 3 months, and I think it would be nice if some of them will be organized together with you on topics that you know are of interest also for students. And my proposal is already the first or the next or the second next webinar could be organized by IFSA, so IVSA. And yes, what is the IVSA commitment? To utilize IVSA Global Social to disseminate WAB activities, so with some posts and so on. Share WAB opportunities, and you have opportunity section in the social media. And then there is also the invite WAB in your event, congress and symposium every year, so giving a lecture. So we would like to offer you the presence of some speaker indicated by the World Association for Pediatrics that will be supported by WAP for the cost and you for the management. And help connect the WAP with IVSA local chapters in countries of interest in WAP. So these are somehow the commitment. So just again to mention that today we firstly signed the agreement, and then another signature will be repeated during our congress in Istanbul next September, just also to give updates and so to make happy also our members, because otherwise I cannot say I signed in Kathmandu and they say, hey, well, we went to Kathmandu and what is we couldn't go, and therefore to satisfy also our member, we will sign again in Istanbul, and I think we can sign because we have a meeting with the students that got the student award. I think it will be a good occasion to be there. So therefore, thank you. And then, as I mentioned it, I hope that these days and also what I'm going to present you with my lecture later on can be helpful to inspire you, to attract you for the bovine medicine. So try to consider that this is also a good opportunity. Veterinary, all veterinary aspects are of very nice interest, but I can assure you that bovine medicine is the best. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to our esteemed speaker, Dr. Zakir. And we will sign the MOU now from our president and the president of the WAB. So we felt like it was a nice thing to do in the IVSA Congress in the presence of 23 countries. So, yeah. Okay, technical difficulty.
I forgot. Sorry, I forgot the paper in my room.
We will do it in the lecture.
We do it at the beginning of the lecture. Forgive me.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Jandine. And I'm sure our students know about WAB more now, so we get more participation.
All right, we'll just switch computers and be back for GA.
Problem with that.
right, welcome to GA3 everyone. We will be starting now with the first point on the agenda, and that is roll call. Issue. This is on IVSA Expo, meeting number 45. So, I was here today in the morning. I think it would be good if we can say good morning in your mother tongue when your members organization are called upon. Okay. Let's get started. IVSA Australia,
Good morning.
IVSA China, IVSA Czech Republic, IVSA Denmark, IVSA Germany,
Good morning.
IVSA Ghana, IVSA Greece, IVSA Hungary,
Eurogalt.
IVSA India, IVSA Indonesia, IVSA Italy,
Buongiorno.
IVSA Latvia,
Madrid.
IVSA Malaysia, IVSA Morocco, IVSA Nepal, IVSA Pakistan, IVSA Peru,
Buenos días.
IVSA Republic of Korea, IVSA Serbia,
Dobry jutro.
IVSA Slovakia,
Dobre ráno.
IVSA Slovenia, IVSA Sweden,
God morgon.
IVSA Taiwan, IVSA Thailand,
Selamat kita ciao.
IVSA the Netherlands,
Good morning.
IVSA Turkey,
United.
IVSA United Kingdom.
Good morning.
Okay, so we have 52.94% of the attendance, and the minimum quorum of 40% has been met. The GA can be proceeded. Okay, everyone. Alright, thank you. The next point on the agenda is nominations for Executive Committee 2026-2027. As a reminder for everyone getting nominated, or if you are nominating someone, kindly provide all the details to election committee. Do we have any nominations? Malaika?
Malika Zuri, bidding number 63, IVSA Germany. I would like to nominate Irini Puligeru for MOD.
Irini?
Irini Puligeru, IVSA Greece, bidding number 21, I accept.
Do you have any other nominations? Mia?
Mia Bevekic, IVSA Serbia, bidding number 57. I would like to nominate Dua Arahman and Lithvi for the position of
Dua?
Dua Arahman and Lithvi, bidding number 56, I accept.
Are there any other nominations? Julie?
Giulia Legarda, IVSA Italy, bidding number 46. I want to nominate Prashana Dahal, IVSA Nepal, for the role of PRC.
Roshana, is she here?
Prasanna Dahal, IVSA Nepal, bidding number 53, I accept.
Are there any other nominations? Alberta? She's going to be giving a lot of speeches.
Alberta, IVSA Ghana, bidding number 28. I nominate Victor Tarimo, IVSA Tanzania for ERO. Thank you.
Do we have anyone to accept on their behalf? Dua.
Dua Arhman Amifi, bidding number 56. I accept on his behalf.
Do we have any other nominations? Seeing none, nominations are now closed and will open again tomorrow at GA4. Nominations for chairs of standing committees and networks for 2026-27. Do we have nominations? Yes.
Diana Jakobson, IVSA Latvia, bidding number 43. I want to nominate Lakshani Devi Chandran from IVSA Indonesia for Chair of Standing Committee of Animal Welfare.
Do we have someone to accept on their behalf?
Novan from IVSA Indonesia bidding number 38, accept on her behalf.
Are there any other nominations? Yes, Usna.
Ushna Mista, IVSA Nepal, bidding number 93. I'd like to nominate Abdullah Muhammad Karumi, IVSA Nigeria, for the post of SCOBY chair.
Do we have someone to accept on their behalf? Deep.
Deep Masresta, IVSA Nepal, bidding number 20. I accept on his behalf.
Let's see more hands. Do we have any other nominations? Yes.
From IVSA Malaysia, bidding number 90, I would like to nominate Isha Kamaka from IVSA India as Chair of Standing Committee on Animal Welfare.
Is there anyone to accept on their behalf? Oneself.
Monsefer Nadir, fighting number 16, IVSA Morocco. I accept on your behalf.
Are there any other nominations? Are you okay?
Alberta, IVSA Ghana, bidding number 28. I'd like to nominate Flores Wing for position of Chair of Standing Committee on One Health.
Flores? She's behind us.
Chen Herwing Flores, IVSA China, bidding number 60, I accept.
Are there any nominations?
Dua Arhman Amifi, IVSA Morocco, bidding number 56. I would like to nominate Maria Carlota Rolla from IVSA Italy for Chair of Standing Committee on Animal Welfare.
Is there anyone to accept on their behalf? Yes, Violet. Yes, sir.
Violet Alivejos, IVSA bidding number 18. Our election committee would like to clarify that the nomination of Maria Carlota Rolla was withdrawn by Protoma, the nominator. So therefore, Maria Carlota Rolla will be nominated again. Thank you.
Peter?
Peter Beeples, IVSA Denmark, bidding number 14. I accept on their behalf.
Do we have any other nominations for standing committee chairs and standing committee and network chairs? Seeing none, nominations are now closed and will open again tomorrow at GA4. Nominations for regional representatives 2026-2027. Do we have any nominations? Later.
Beata Betamakorska, IVSA Latvia, bidding number 66. I would like to nominate Beatriz Nogueira do Nascimento from IVSA Brazil for regional representative of Americas.
Is there anyone to accept on their behalf? Mia?
Mia Bedekic, IVSA Serbia, bidding number 57. I accept on their behalf.
Are there any other nominations? None.
Andrzej Kumic, IVSA Serbia, bidding number 59. So I would like to nominate Abdurrahman Mohammed Fizi Shaban from IVSA Egypt for MENA representative. Thank you.
Is there anyone to accept on their behalf? Better. Get new people to speak.
Beata Bitmakovska, IVSA Latvia, bidding number 66. I accept on their behalf.
Are there any other nominations? All right, nominations are now closed and will open again tomorrow at GA4. Nominations for Secretariat 2026-2027. Are there any nominations? Yes.
Murder IVSA Australia, bidding number 49. I nominate Katrina from IVSA Republic of Korea for.
Katrina?
Chinchoy from IVSA Republic of Korea, bidding number 78. I accept.
Are there any other nominations? Oh, a bunch of hands. Yes, Ashley.
Ashley from IVSA Australia, bidding number 83. I would like to nominate Siddhanta Prasai from IVSA Nepal as secretary.
Yes, he's here.
Siddhanta Prasad, IVSA Nepal, bidding number 102. I accept.
Are there any other nominations? We have a new hand. We have a new hand there. Are there?
Arya Nair, IVSA India, bidding number 82. I'm nominating Ariana Alzamora from IVSA Pen.
Is there anyone to accept on their behalf? Steve?
Basti Pansa, IVSA Peru, bidding number 29. I accept on her behalf.
People are not sleeping. Are there any other nominations? Ankit?
Ankit from IVSA India, bidding number 33. I nominate Favor Francis Ofili from IVSA Turkey.
Is there anyone to accept on his behalf? Peter?
Peter Nicholas, IVSA bidding number 14. I accept on their behalf and also remind the delegates to please state their full name when taking the mic. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations? Eleni?
For year IVSA Greece, bidding number 21. I would like to nominate Julia Rigor for secretary.
Julia?
Julia Regarda, IVSA, sorry. Okay. Julia Regarda, IVSA Italy, bidding number 46. I accept.
Are there any other nominations? Yes, we have a new hand.
Nico Ozan, IVSA Latvia, bidding number 55. I would like to nominate Prakriti Chowdhury, IVSA Nepal, for the position of secretary.
Prakriti?
Prakriti Chowdhury, IVSA Nepal, bidding number 25. I would like to accept.
Are there any other nominations? Julian?
Julia Regarda, IVSA Italy, bidding number 46. I would like to nominate Sinjit Kwek from IVSA Malaysia for the role of secretariat.
1 second before we pass it to Quinn, just for election committee, can people running for the same position nominate others for the same position? I don't think so, right? Quinn, you'll need to find, unfortunately, you'll need to find someone else to nominate you.
Peter Nicholas, IVSA Denmark, bidding number 14. It is my honor to nominate my buddy, Sidney Quack, as secretary for my designation.
Quack?
I'm Sinjit Kwek from IVSA Malaysia, bidding number 90. I accept.
Dua?
Zahra Hanamidi, IVSA Morocco, bidding number 56. I nominate Mia Dedegic from IVSA Serbia for the secretary position.
Mia?
Mia Dedegic, IVSA Serbia, bidding number 57. I happily accept.
So my Nice to see so many nominations today. Are there any other nominations? Seeing none, nominations are now closed and will open again tomorrow. Nominations for Trust 2026-2027. Do we have any nominations? Claudius.
Chair Flores, IVSA China, bidding number 60, I would like to nominate Rebecca Agnes Biscam, IVSA Exco for Trust.
Rebecca.
Rebecca Agnes Biscam, IVSA Exco, I happily accept.
Also, apologies if I don't take your name because I haven't learned everyone's names yet. I will point out people. Any other nominations, Eleni?
In Poliguero IVSA Greece, bidding number 21, I would like to nominate Susan Ariel from IVSA Nepal for trustee of 2026-2027.
Before we, Naveen, 1 second. Just for clarification again, because I'm not sure about this. Financial auditor and trust, can they run together? Okay, cool. Susan.
Susan Adel, IVSA Nepal, bidding number 92, ISA.
Are there any other nominations? Trust is lagging behind. Seeing none, nominations for trust are now closed and will open again tomorrow at GA4. Nominations for the 76th IVSA Symposium. Do we have any nominations? Seeing none, nominations are now closed and will open again at GA4 tomorrow. Keep in mind, nominations for the 76th IVSA Symposium will close halfway through this event because we have elections for it at this event. Next point, nominations for the 77th IVSA Congress. Do we have any nominations? Again, if your MO is interested in hosting a Congress, please talk to us, talk to the officials, talk to the OC. You have about 2 years of preparation time when it comes to these events. So if you think your MO is capable of doing it and you're motivated enough, do talk to us. Seeing none, nominations are now closed and will open again tomorrow. Keep in mind the nominations for the 77th IVSA Congress will run until the end of the year. And on to the next one. The next point on the agenda is bylaw amendment 12.3.6 event finance. There seems to be a technical error. There's also nominations for financial auditors to be added. Do we have any nominations? Stavros.
Stavros Babaspalis, IVSA alumni, bidding number 4. I just want to clarify very shortly what a financial auditor is. So according to our constitution, we have to have the financial report from the current treasurer audited by 2 delegates that have no affiliation with the finances of the last year and give their report to the symposium as to just make sure that the financial year has had some control, because the treasurer team is somewhat of a lonely team, and that's a way of like catching up errors before it's too late. And if you have any questions, you can either approach me, our current treasurer, Ivy, she's sitting here. And we can like give you out information about what the position is. It's not something that's going to take a lot of time. It's just some work done on the background within 6-7 months. So it's nothing very tedious. Yes.
All right, thank you for that clarification. Yes, Violet. I mean,
Bidding number 18. Election committee would like to clarify that the previously nominated financial auditor, Susan Ariel, will have to withdraw his application considering that he's now running for a position. And he is OC president of the Congress, so he will be looking into the finances of this Congress, which is a serious conflict of interest. So therefore, the application is invalid. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Do we have any nominations of financial auditors? Yes, Peter.
Peter Mikils, nice to have you. Number 14. This is not a nomination, but a parliamentary inquiry. Would it not be required Like, I think this is similar to the discussion we had just then, just asking for the conclusion. Would it not be required to withdraw the nomination beforehand, or do we conclude that it was fine and it was just automatically withdrawn when he ran for a different position?
I believe we withdrew the application when he ran for the second one. Yeah, that's right. Do we have any nominations for financial auditors? Seeing none, nominations are now closed and will open again tomorrow at GA4. Next point on the agenda is bylaw amendment 12.3.6 event finances, and Naveen will have to hand the, he has a mic, which issue. This is done, I will say Exco, meeting number 45. Hello everyone, as what I've mentioned in my previous presentation yesterday, I previously proposed this bylaw amendment. So to give a little bit of background, we are not going to have a lot of discussion here because it has already been withdrawn. But just to make sure everyone is on the same page, I will give you a little bit of background. Basically, under our bylaw, yes, sorry to interrupt, point of order. You need to move to withdraw before you explain. Oh, okay. All right. So I move to withdraw the bylaw agenda point 45, bylaw amendment section 12.3.6 event finances. The motion on the floor is to withdraw the bylaw amendment presented. Bylaw amendment 12.3.6 event finances. Do we have any discussion? Okay. Jishu Dan, I will say Exco, meeting number 45. So basically, under this section of our bylaw, it is stated that the usage of personal account to receive registration fee for our congresses or symposia is strictly prohibited. But then, like, as we all know, we have quite a good proportion of our member organization actually do not have their formal official bank account. So we have been having troubles with our Congress finances at some point. So in some of our previous event and also in this event, we have to incorporate some of the personal bank account from the OC members just so that we can reduce the transaction fees incurred if we have to do multiple transaction from delegates to IVSA Global, then to the OC. We'll get charged a lot more money from that. So initially we wanted to change that in the bylaw, but after hours of discussion, we found out that if we really let this be written clearly in the bylaw, the OC in the future has the risk, we have a higher risk for misconduct with regards of our event finances. So with all things put into consideration, we have made a decision to withdraw the bylaw amendment and to keep the bylaw as it is. Thank you. All right, thank you for that clarification. Is there any further discussion? Any objections to the withdrawal of the bylaw amendment? Seeing none, the motion passes and the bylaw amendment is withdrawn. Next point on the agenda today is presentation of the maximum fee for the 75th IVSA Symposium. Final fee, sorry. Presentation of, we corrected, friendly amendment. Presentation of the final fee of the 75th IVSA Symposium in Rwanda. And that will be Ryan.
Ryan Square, IVSA Exco, building number 72. Okay, hi guys. So this is going to be the presentation for the final fee of the symposium supposed to be in Rwanda, which is the upcoming event. It's a long presentation. It has been presented again, so we'll just quickly go through a brief of this event and then move on to the budget. So yeah, quickly about IVSA Rwanda, that was established in 2019. They have 50 active members, and since 2019, they've been involved in several projects, as you can get them over here. And also the Regional World Anti-Microbial Resistance Awareness Week and different initiatives. Sorry. Okay, so sorry. Rwanda is Rwanda is a landlocked country located in Central Africa, which is widely known as the land of thousand hills. It's also famous for its breathtaking rolling landscapes, high volcanoes, a lot of stuff over here. Rwanda is also recognized for being one of the cleanest and safest countries in Africa with well-organized cities, strong community values, and a peaceful environment that attracts visitors from around the world. Okay, so some facts about Rwanda here. As you can read, they have their official name, their population, language, religion, the currency over there, the time zone, food, and yeah, you just guys can just quickly go through this. The two slides next are just some photos about the cultures, as you can see. Okay, so chairmanship, which is basically the OC for the Rwanda Symposium. Here you have Donald, who is the president, Joel, who is the deputy president, and Shilu, who is the deputy president. And here you have the rest of the organizing committee. There's a few people. And then here you have the board of advisors, basically people who have been advising for the event. You have the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Agriculture and Animal Resources, University of Rwanda Animal Welfare Organization, and the rest of them. Then the symposium theme, shaping the future of veterinary medicine, strengthening education to combat emerging and zoonotic diseases in sub-Saharan Africa. So why this theme? The reason for the symposium theme is growing global regional threat of zoonotic and emerging diseases. Globally, about 60% of human infections and nearly 75% of emerging diseases originate from animals, including major outbreaks such as COVID-19, Ebola, rabies. In sub-Saharan African zoonotic diseases cause millions of illnesses each year, while livestock supports the livelihood of 60% of rural households. Making veterinary services essential for food security and economic stability in Rwanda, agriculture contributes to approximately 25 to 30% of GDP, with livestock playing a crucial role in nutrition, employment, and income generation. Strengthening veterinary education is therefore essential to equip future workforce with different knowledges and skills needed to detect, prevent, controlling diseases, protect public health, and support sustainable livestock development. So here you have the logo for the 75th IVSA Symposium in Rwanda 2027. And yeah, again, these are just some photos of the hotel city, which will be Kigali. And just some photos for you guys to see. That is the University of Rwanda. And the event location, which will be our Remera campus. And next is visa entry and requirements. So the next slide will give us more information. So visitors to Rwanda must possess a passport valid for 36 months from the date of entry, with many nationalities receiving a 30-day visa on arrival. And then there are some key requirements, which include filling application forms, providing passport photo, and confirming accommodation. And also an important note for everyone is citizens from all African unions, Commonwealth, and LAF Francophone countries. Sorry about that. Are granted a 30-day free visa on arrival in Rwanda. Citizens of East African community, the ones you can see over there, receive a free 6-month visitor pass upon arrival. Travelers from countries such as Singapore, Indonesia, and Philippines are eligible for 90-day visa-free entry. Business travelers can obtain a 30-day business visa without an invitation letter, and the visa fee is 25,000 RWF, which is about 19 USD, and it also requires a passport valid for 86 months, proof of payment, completed application form, and you can just check that link if you guys want to check about the visa requirements. And very important health requirements, according to guidance from Rwanda Biomedical Center, all visitors traveling to Rwanda are encouraged to have a valid health insurance, which is often required and commonly provided during hotel or travel reservations. Rwanda has well-equipped public health facilities, including hospitals affiliated with the University of Rwanda, which can support delegates in our case when needed. In case of serious medical conditions, treatment is handled to government hospitals with referrals abroad if necessary. Visitors should ensure that they are up to date with recommended vaccinations, including protection against Ebola, and take precautions against common tropical diseases such as malaria. And information about nearby hospitals and medical facilities will be included in the delegates book, and delegates sensitive to strong sunlight are required to carry sunscreen and protective sun creams during the stay. So here's the photo of the accommodation, which is same family hotel in Kikali, which is a 3-star hotel. And here is just some photo of the cuisine, the kind of food you would get there. I'm sorry, I can't describe them, but yeah. And we move to the itinerary, which is day 0. You have arrivals, and then yeah, you have dinners and icebreakers, and then you have everything that goes through. You guys have already seen day 0 how it works. Then you have day 1. You have breakfast, transfer to GA Hall, the opening ceremony, coffee break, GA 1, lunch, and GA 2. Then there is preparation for cultural evening, dinner, cultural experience, and transfer to hotel, and then again, cultural evening is for you. Day 2 includes breakfast, transfer to the GA Hall, campus tour, city tour, lunch, GA 3, international stands, dinner, development fund, silent auction, transfer to hotel, and the free evening. Next is day 3. Again, you have breakfast, transfer to the GA Hall, you have streams, lunch, GA 4, dinner, back transfer, and free evening. And then day 4 is breakfast, transfer to the GA Hall, you have a workshop, coffee break, GA 5, lunch, GA 6, dinner, development fund, and silent auction, transfer to hotel, and free evening. And then you have day 5, which is breakfast, transfer to GA Hall, option activities, lunch, committees and networks, workshops, coffee breaks, and meeting, and formal dinner free time. Like that. Day 6 is breakfast, transfer to GA Hall, GA 7, lunch, GA 8, closing ceremony, prep white t-shirt party, dinner, white t-shirt party, and then back to the hotel. And it's supposed to be day 7, but yeah, that's breakfast and pies, and you have departures. So currently, just for now, the delegate fee is at 384 euros, and we will show you the budget that's coming up in the next results. So here's the budget. This is currently presented for 80 delegates. You have a total fee of 384 euros, and you can see there is the total income. And currently, with local sponsor fees, local sponsors, they have 2,100 euros with them, and they have a total number of 4 sponsors who are giving them financial support. They do have other sponsors, but they have not given them financial support, but in kind support. So yeah, that's the budget and expenditure. Hotel, which includes breakfast, is for 7 days for 80 people. You can see the total over there. And transportation will be with buses, which is again for 6 days, and you can see the amount over there. Next is food. So again, breakfast is 0 because it is included in the hotel fees. You have lunch and refreshments, dinner, a budget formal dinner, and GA snacks and coffee breaks, which is again, you can see the amount is 7,192 euros. Next is GA Hall. This is because the GA venue is going to be at a separate place from where we will be staying. So yeah, you have hall with full internet access, projector screens, and sound systems, which account up to 5,952 euros. With public relations, you have some things for event t-shirts, badges, certificates of appreciation, delegates badge, which amount to 780.80 euros. And then for cultural and social activities, you have the city tour, the campus tour, and the cultural night. You can get over there. Sorry about that. Okay, so as you can see, optional activities are included over here, and there's an amount written, but I can assure you that they are not included in the final outgoing budget. They're just there to show you guys about the amount that's going to be there. And then you have some other costs, which includes like opening event bank account opening. You have treasure transaction, trash bags for culture night, and paper tissues, papers, which are amount up to that amount. And so yeah, you have their budget summary. You have a subtotal of 29,308.7 euros. We generally have 10% unexpected expenses in case during the event there are some things which were not included in the budget but are necessary during the GAs. So we keep a 10% unexpected expenses to make sure that the OC doesn't have to pay for such important stuff out of their own pocket. So with that, you can see the total expenses, you can see the total income, and currently they are in a profit of 258.03 euros. Again, with that, the proposed symposium fee is 384 euros without CF tax. And so I move to approve the symposium fee to 384 euros without CF tax.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve the symposium fee, final fee of 384 euros without CF tax. Can we please have the lights back on? All right, I believe Stavros has something that he wanted to say.
Starting number 27, alumni bidding number 4. So the CF or central fund tax, it's something that gets automatically added according to the bylaws to every delegate fee, and it's at 8%. That is done so the central fee, so the main money income that the IVSA has to use in each term can help the functionality of the symposium or the congress, and it's a mandatory thing to add. So the final fee would be the 384 euros in addition to the 8%, and that would be 409? 415. That would be the final fee in addition to the central fund tax.
Thank you, Stavros, for that clarification. Is there any discussion regarding the symposium? Now, this discussion as a clarification will be questions from the delegates regarding the itinerary and the budget of that has been presented.
Peter, demand bidding number 14. I noticed in the start of the presentation that it said that one of the requirements to enter the country is sufficient funds. Is the OC aware of what this means? How do we ensure that our delegates can provide proof of it? Stuff like this. Can the MOP please explain?
I will be answering the previous speaker's question. Sufficient funds generally vary regarding what country you're coming from. So certain countries have a certain bank account limit that you need to have, like to present to the visa officer saying, okay, I have XYZ amount in my bank. And in case any emergency happens in the country that you're visiting, you have sufficient funds to fly back. That is what sufficient funds technically means for visa requirements. Is there any other discussion? Felix.
Felix Metzger, IVSA Germany, meeting number 69. I have a question, and I would like to know if it's possible to postpone the decision to another GA in order to upload the presentation to the delegates, right? Because I heard some comments about the quality and also the recent events of this term where the budget was not like fitting the quality of the time when it was presented, and it was also hard to check. So the idea would be to upload it to the drive so delegates have more time to actually check the budget, because it was not so easy, and then make a decision based on that.
Thank you for that comment, Peter. Felix. So to answer the previous speaker's comments, yes, it is possible to postpone it to a later GA so that the delegates can go through it. But for that, a motion needs to be made. Peter.
Pyramid Bills, and IVSA Denmark, bidding number 14. I move to table this point for the review.
All right, so we have a secondary motion on the floor is what we would call it. Excuse me. So as we call it, this is a secondary motion, the primary motion being moving to approve the CF tax. Now that we have a secondary motion, it is to table the agenda point until another Tuesday. Is there any discussion? Yeah.
You don't specify right here. That's why they table.
You need to clarify it for everyone. Give him the mic.
Ishan Jaya, IVSA Expo bill number 11, parliamentary inquiry, which GA is being spoken about.
Alumni being number 4. So when we table something, we don't have to specify the time. When we postpone something,
we will upload this to Delegates Drive, put a message on the group when it's uploaded. I would request all of you to go through the itinerary, the budget, note down your questions so that when we have a discussion in GA, we continue it on. Since this is the next event that you guys will be on, we need to make sure that it is up to delegate standards and that delegates are happy going to Rwanda. Next point on the agenda for today will be continuing on with GA1 onwards. And the first point on the agenda is, it has to be untabled, right? Just start. Okay, because as a clarification, we postponed minutes of the 74th IVSA Symposium online to today. We'll be doing that agenda point first. And that would be GQ. This is done IVSA Expo, meeting number 45. Hello everyone. So I believe we all have already received this PDF document. The latest version has been sent to you quite late yesterday. Sorry about that. I think I have some issue with my laptop. I thought it was sent, but later on, only I realized that the email wasn't sent. I don't think I will go through the documents with you guys, and we are here to approve the minutes. So in case you have any discussion or objection, you can bring it later on. Or you need to make a motion. Yeah, I will make a motion now. So I move to approve the minutes of the 74th IVSA Symposium online SGA in Greece. Thank you. The motion on the floor is to approve the minutes of the 74th IVSA Symposium online SGA. Is there any discussion? Any objections? All right, any discussion? Any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes and the minutes for the 74th IVSA Symposium online are approved. All right, next point on the agenda will be continuing on from 18.3.1, committee updates. And the first one we have is Standing Committee on Animal Welfare, and that is Prothoma.
Prothoma Kalidaho, IVSA India, meeting number 62. So good day everyone. This is Prothoma Kalidaho, Chair of IVSA Standing Committee on Animal Welfare, and I will be delivering the presentation for SCOP. So yeah, this is our wonderful team consisting of 16 members of IVSA SCOP. So currently we are dealing with this project and I will be discussing them one by one. So first is the bi-weekly welfare. So this bi-weekly welfare was initiated when educational posts were shared every 2 weeks to raise animal awareness on a particular topic. So you can see the pictures that we have done still far. Next, IVSA Score implemented weekly themes, like every month, where each week depicted about animal welfare topic and dedicated to focus on that. So we had so many weekly themes in the past one term. So first we have Guinea Pig Awareness Week in October, then Compassion Week in December, then Avian Week in January, then Marine Week in February, where marine spotlights were given on each day. Then we had Puppy Mill Action Week, and IVSA Score for the first time implemented Puppy Mill Action Week with so many competitions, 3 consecutive webinars, and apart from that, we also had video series by our team members as well as ambassadors. And then we had Primate Welfare Week, which was conducted in April. Here also we had a webinar competitions. And also in all these weekly themes, we had educational carousel post every day for a 7-day whole week campaign. And we had a biggest week in this term, that is Animal Welfare Week. Every year, Animal Welfare Week is celebrated in the month of May. So we had this from 8th to 14th May. And for the first time, IVSA Score collaborated with standing committees and networks during Animal Welfare Week. So every day we had collaboration with standing committees. And also we had a panel discussion this time in Animal Welfare Week where like 14 AMOs participated all across the world. So that was a massive success for IVSA Score. Next, we had collaboration. Like I can probably say that IVSA Score collaborated with each and every standing committees and networks as well as each and every IVSA region this term. So the biggest collaboration, like the number of collaboration maximum was from WEAN and Standing Committee on One Health, where we collaborated 3 events with them and other for a single webinars. And regarding external, we collaborated with ESPCE during online symposium, then internship at Malaysia in collaboration with BMOUIF, and also we collaborated with Hello to Healing for Animal Welfare Week webinar and zoonosis webinar. Next, our partners are Four Paws International and SIVA. So we conducted a couple of events with Four Paws International, that was ASAFE, webinar in online symposium and Animal Welfare Week. And SIVA is a partner of IVSA Score, which has actually launched to empower member organizations and local chapters to support the animal welfare activities. So through the generous support, 9 grants of 1,000 euros were given to the selected member organizations or local chapters. We had plenty of competitions this term. So first was quiz competitions, then there were photography and poster competitions, Avian Week, Puppy Mill Action Week, Primate Welfare Week, debate with Standing Committee on One Health, essay, and also we had Heart for Animals Award, which is dedicated to top 3 aims. So IVSA Score for the first time conducted 4 bi-monthly debate series this term. So, and also Instagram live sessions, and another one is the Global Voices. So this is a platform which encouraged both IVSA and non-IVSA members to submit their videos related to animal welfare challenges. Next, we had like plenty of webinars, and those webinars are on each animal awareness days like Guinea Pig Day, Squirrel Day, Penguin Day, Whale Day, Seal Day. Like we had several webinars on each and every animal welfare days. And there were other general webinars as well regarding ethical diving, role of good communication. So these are the general webinars. Next, social media campaigns. We had a social media post on each and every animal awareness days, like camel, bees, snakes, and spotlight. Like you can see those. Next, we have ambassador program. So we recruited ambassadors from every member, like diverse member organization, 1 per LC. And ambassadors' work was mainly to promote the SCORE events on their social media platforms And also the ambassadors for the hard work were recognized as Ambassador of the Month and Ambassador of the Year awards. And here you can see we did certain collaborations in ambassadors with Standing Committee on One Health, Pathology Network, Standing Committee on Geriatrics, and Standing Committee on Wellness. It's not working. Okay, thank you. So we had a plenty of key achievements this term from IVSA score. We launched the bi-weekly welfare campaign and themed awareness week for the first time. Then for the Animal Welfare Week, we collaborated with different standing committees and networks, and successfully we collaborated with each and every IVSA standing committees and networks this term. And also IVSA score conducted over 40 plus webinars in a single term. So that is the greatest achievement of IVSA score till now. And also we strengthened partnership and collaborated with 4 Bows International and SIBA. Then also IVSA score for the first time, it created the hands-on experience during the internship in Malaysia at Orangutan Conservation Center. Then it hosted webinars on every animal awareness days. And also we for the first time received massive participation from global voices, both from IVSA and non-IVSA members. And then we organized a Zoonosis Talk series, which was mainly done by our team members. And then we also expanded global engagement through series of competitions and social media contents on every awareness days. And yeah, obviously we gained followers in our social media handles, the LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram. But we still have space for improvements. Like for during the beginning of the term, we received massive participation in the webinars, but with due passage of time, those participation decreased. So we could have improved the attendance and engagement in our webinars. Then also we could have increased participation from member organizations, mainly from the underrepresented regions. Then we expanded partnerships and we could have enhanced the ambassador engagement this term, which was like comparatively low from the previous term. And we could have increased interactive and hands-on activities. So already we achieved one, that was in the internship in Malaysia. So yeah, we could have space for improvement in this part also. And these are the social media handles of IVSA Standing Committee on Animal Welfare. And yeah, this is our team. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the presentation of the activities of animal welfare. Do we have any questions for her? Woman.
My character, IVSA 30, bidding number 31. The previous speaker mentioned that the Standing Committee on Animal Welfare had over 40 webinars, and I would like to ask what was the average attendance to those webinars? Thank you.
Can you please repeat the question?
I don't know. The previous speaker's question was, is that the webinars attended, what was the average attendance for them?
Like in the beginning of the term, the Prathama Kalidaho IVSA India bidding number 62. So in the beginning of the term, like in the first 2 to 3 months, we had like participation of over 100. Like the first webinar was on Monkey Day in the month of December. So we had like 150 attendees, but the registration was over 250. But with due passage of time, the registration like came around to 80 to 100, but the attendees were like 40 to 50. So we could have improved that attendance by more promotion and more engagement among the ambassadors as well, because they are actively engaged in promoting in the social media handles. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Is there any other questions? Cherish.
Cherish Song, IVSA China, bidding number 22. So I'm aware that you guys have your ambassador program. We have quite a lot of EXCO members from IVSA Hong Kong actually participating in that program. How do you think that actually drives student engagement realistically?
প্রথমে কালিদাহ IVSA India bidding number 62. Like we could have engaged by more social media promotion because I think this is like the most lack part in our term. Like most members were becoming very inactive due to their incoming examinations and all, and also they were like least interested in the projects that we were working upon. So we could have instilled more knowledge about those projects, or we could have gave more promotion so that they could get the better idea of the projects that we have been working on. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Is there any other questions? Bettina.
Bertina Sun, IVSA China, bidding number 5. I have a question regarding engagement in terms of getting participants for webinars. So I know that you guys have a lot of webinars ongoing. Well, Asia Pacific region also has webinars ongoing, but typically we have really low engagement participation in these projects, especially if there's no certificates or incentives after. So I was wondering, apart from what you said with social media promotion, how else do you usually engage people into joining the SCA webinars? Because I was just curious as to how people are so willing to join the communities and networks ones, but the regions ones aren't as favored. Thank you.
প্রথমে কালিদাহ IVSA India bidding number 62. One thing we can do in this engagement is like we could have promoted in a different way. Like if there are certificates in each and every webinars, I think that can like actually motivate them to apply, because like everyone like wants certificate from the like IVSA. So if we promote by telling them that yes, we are giving certificates for those webinars, I think like they're more or less motivated by this idea. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there any other questions? Peter.
Peter Nicholas, IVSA marketing number 14. It was mentioned by the presenter that I think that there was a one for increased engagement and promotion. I would ask, given how often we've been receiving updates from SCA and emails in our inboxes whenever it's posted to the GlueUp members portal, do you think that more promotion this way is, first of all, necessary, much less wanted? Like given that SCA, at least for me specifically, was the one I definitely saw the most. Like in Denmark, we include an instruction manual on how to remove notifications from the membership portal when we teach people how to sign up, because there is so many emails into your personal email box. So do you think this is actually the way to go?
প্রথমে কালিদাহ IVSA India bidding number 62. Like I want promotion like to be done in Instagram because people use Instagram the most, and promotion is mainly done by the ambassadors. But this term we had like the most inactive ambassador engagement this term, so we could have selected the ambassadors like we could have selected the ambassadors through an interview this term, so that we could have got the idea of their participation and engagement. So due to this inactive ambassadors, because their only task is to like promote the campaigns in various social media, like mainly Instagram, because Instagram is the mainly social media app that is handled by everyone. So I think promotion in the Instagram was not done at all well during my term because of some inactive ambassadors, and I think it should have done in Instagram as well, because that is the main social media handle apart from GlueUp and other Facebook and LinkedIn. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. Violet.
Violet Kalinowia was IVSA Exco bidding number 18. I would like to make a follow-up comment on the previous speaker's question. I know that you have been receiving a lot of notifications from GlueUp, and actually that's a good sign because it means you're registered in members portal. One of the main incentives to attract members to members portal is that all of the committees and networks have to post their social media posts on GlueUp as well. So it serves as an additional social media platform. So I would like to acknowledge what previous speaker already mentioned, and previous speaker, yes, the notifications, you get them every single day, and given that we have 8 committees and networks, they have a lot of posts, they have very busy posting schedules. I would kind of say unsubscribe from those that you don't want to receive in your inbox, but do check out our Glue Up because it's actually part of our campaign to attract our members to Glue Up. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Is there any other discussion? Prathama is attending the full event, so if you have more questions for her, you can always ask her outside the GA as well. And yeah, thank you, Prathama, for a wonderful presentation of SCO activities. All right, next point on the agenda is Next point on the agenda is Standing Committee on One Health update, and that is Ika Desai.
Ika Desai, IVSA India, building number 13. Good morning, everyone. I know y'all are a bit done with One Health because the last 3 days y'all are just listening about One Health, but please bear with me. I will not take a lot of time. So this is my lovely team, and we actually have yoga with us today. Cloris, Sandhya, Diksha, and Anish. So I am really happy to meet them in person as well, and they have been phenomenal, amazing team ever. A few projects. I will just briefly go over this. The Rabies essay competition, One Health Day panel discussion. We had two actually, one with our wonderful Asia Pacific regional team. And okay, so collaboration established between IVSA SCO, REACT Asia Pacific AMR Youth Group, and IVSA Asia Pacific regional team with IVSA Asia Pacific regional rep, Bertina as the main liaison. So please give a shout out to her as well because she has been phenomenal. Okay, so Global AMR Youth Summit from 27 to 29 November in collaboration with WHSA. What is that? So it's a student alliance with organizations like IVSA, IFMSA, IAAS, IADS, and SCO was in charge of the social media for the event. And along with that, we also found panel discussion speakers. We participated in panel discussions. I was a part of it. Violet was a part of it as well. And it was amazing to interact with students from different organizations, all together working for One Health and AMR. And it was a lovely experience. We had a lot of participation in that event. So it was one of the first major events at the start of the term. Okay, then the World Antimicrobial Awareness Week. We did something fun, like a comic series, because people were done reading big notes and big posts, so something funny. And we did not publish the survey, but we made the post for the survey results, but the survey results were not published. And poster competition on technology and innovation for early detection, prevention, and control of emerging zoonotic diseases to strengthen global health security. And One Health Care social media series where we talk about different topics all throughout the year, like AMR, microplastics, sustainability, pollution, and our favorite one, zoonosis. Okay, so Global Public Health Week. For the first time ever, IVSA SCO had a Global Public Health Week. And this was a major dream of the team, and there was a lot of effort that my team put into this because I had exams, and even all the committee even our committee coordinator, even all the chairs who were a part of the event, and SCAR. I am so grateful to all of you for helping out with that because that event was amazing, and there is so much of amazing feedback that we've gotten after that event. And we also had interactive sessions during the event as well. Webinars, collaboration with IVSA Queen on One Health and illegal wildlife trade, and World Zoonosis Day webinar in collaboration with IVSA SCO on communication on One Health, where WebMed meets public health. I am really grateful for all the collaborations done with the regional reps and the committees and networks in this term, because I think that is One Health is all about, that is collaboration. Okay, so Animal Eco Blog with WOA, we had representation from each region of IVSA to put forth their views on the topic investing in animal health. And our lovely ambassadors also wrote in this. And next up, again a webinar with IVSA SCO and Bind into One Health, a collaboration on food safety with IVSA Rampura Full of India, and it was like a 6-post series talking about food safety. You can also scan this QR code and see the Animal Eco blog. Okay, cross-border One Health exchange program. This was all done by the ambassadors, and we had more than 250 participants over a 3-day event. And it created a collaborative space for future veterinarians to discuss about One Health policies in their country, what changes they could make, and just to interact and get to know each other as well. Okay, a key point. While I talk about this, please scan the QR code. I need phones up and you scanning this QR code because One Health Lessons is one of our recent partners of IVSA Score, and they have partnered with WVA, which is also one of our very important partners, and created a survey on One Health and planetary health. So what they want you to do is participate in the survey, and it basically is going to help form results, and your input will shape future recommendations for a stronger One Health education in the world. I do not see phones scanning this, so please look at the little mouse over there. Please scan it. I'm going to wait for a minute. Thank you so much. Okay, lovely. Okay, I am so sorry. It barely takes 5 minutes, so please do it. They are our important partners for SCO as well, for IVSA Global as well. So please, 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 please make them happy. If you want you to be happy, you have to make them happy. Okay, key achievements: Global Public Health Week, Cross-Border One Health Exchange, One Health Lessons MOU, the Animal Health Blog with WOA, and WFF Youth Assembly Partner Organization in One Health and Livestock Sector. So basically, we are now a Youth Assembly Partner Organization for WFF, that is World Food Forum, and that is a huge achievement and something that the next year can also look into and carry forward. And even the Global Public Health Week, please carry forward the event because it was a huge, huge success. Space for improvement, I think expand external partnerships, ambassador engagement. It was much better than previous terms, I would say, but it could have been better. And increase interactive and grant-related activities, which is something I feel sad about that I couldn't do as much. And broaden representation across all IVSA regions and increase participation from underrepresented regions. This is me trying to brainstorm ideas. So any suggestions and questions are welcome. Okay, social media. So please scan the QR code and follow us on Instagram. LinkedIn is not working currently. Okay, so these are some special moments with some special people. I'm just going to move away so you can all see. Even in this little screen, if you see yourself, please, you all mean a lot to me. And I had the time of my life serving as the school chair. And I am so glad that you trusted me with this position. And yeah, thank you so much. And I really enjoyed working with you, working for you. There is a bit cut over here, but there is Avnish in this picture. But yeah, so you all mean a lot to me, guys. And thank you. Yay!
Thank you for that wonderful presentation. Do we have any questions? Oh my. Nice to see new hands.
Ömer Karakaran, IVSA Turkey, meeting number 31. Why does the previous speaker's focus seem to be on projects but not on webinars, when webinars are more classic to the IVSA network activities? And how does that difference was reflected on the engagement of the standing committee? Thank you.
Ikalesai, IVSA India, bidding number 13. Thank you for the question. We did not do as many webinars because we realized that the team and the members were not as interested, like even though our webinars would get more than 50 participants at any given point of time, but they would leave halfway and then it just feels sad for the speaker. We had more interactive sessions because then we saw more people joining in, more people talking, more people collaborating with each other, which is, I think, the main focus of what One Health should be. You should just have a space to give your ideas, talk about your ideas, and I think I've seen my team have a huge growth. I have seen ambassadors have a huge growth, and even members just have a huge growth by just having a platform to give their ideas and their opinions. So that is the reason we do not do as many webinars. Thank you.
Thank you for that insightful question. Do we have any other discussion? Omar?
Ahmad Parker, IVSA Turkey, bidding number 31. I'm sorry, I think you missed my second question. It was the difference between engagements and, I'm sorry, I think the previous speaker missed my second question, and it was, what was the difference between engagement of the webinars and the other different activities? Thank you.
Ika?
Ika Desai, IVSA India, bidding number 13. I'm sorry, I missed that. So the difference was that for the interactive sessions or for the non-webinar projects that we had, we got more than 100, 150 participants at any given point of time. And the participation difference, I think the number makes a lot of difference as well. I hope I answered the previous question.
Is there any other discussion or questions for the Ishan?
Ishacharya, IVSA Exco, number 11. I just want to state that so 5 of us, as you will see, went to the Goa Global Conference on Biosecurity Threat Reduction, which is where we met the person who is in charge of Goa's Animal Echo series, and it is lovely to see that IVSA has got the opportunity to get featured on that because it is a really big deal. So if you have not read it, which I expect that most of you haven't, I would encourage you to go on the Animal Echo. Ika can tell you where it is, or it's on their website as well. And check out IVSA's small piece that the One Health Committee and some other representatives have written. It's wonderful and it's a big thing for IVSA. So round of applause for that.
Thank you for that wonderful update. Do we have any other questions? Cherish.
Cherish IVSA China, bidding number 22. So going off of what the previous speakers talked about in terms of interactive workshops versus webinars, do you think that this is a direction that all networks should be moving towards in order to drive student engagement? And what are your thoughts on kind of implementing these innovative activities? Like, how did you kind of approach that? Because I know that you have a lot of these because of like external collaborations and stuff, but for other networks and stuff who may not have that kind of opportunity, how would you suggest that they move forward with this type of approach? Thank you.
Ika.
Ika Desai, IVSA India, bidding number 13. Thank you to the previous speaker for the question. So I think, yes, all committees and networks should have more interactive sessions and projects as such where people are given a platform to share their point of view and their views. What direction they should take, I think they should collaborate more with the team and then come up with an answer together for that. I had an amazing team who used to come up with brilliant ideas and always used to think about what more we can do for the members, what different things that we can do for the members that's not been done before. And I think that would make a little bit of a difference. I hope I did not miss any question. There were too many questions.
All right, thank you for that. Is there a follow-up? Okay, cool. I would also like to add, our standing committees and networks are also very passion driven. We have them localizing topics, we have them dealing with just one subject, which is why there's a lot of difference of interest in a lot of topics. I shouldn't be saying this, but One Health is a very relatively new concept, so we have a lot of activity there. But also, like our previous speaker Thoma pointed out, animal welfare is a very important topic as well. So engagement will always vary across standing committees and networks because they are very passion driven. So if you have a passion for all of them, you can follow all of them and subscribe to their members portal notifications as well. Is there any discussion? Tammy? Abin?
Excluding number 3. It's not a question, something I actually wanted to mention during Ika's presentation. During this term, I brought up to Exco and actually not just to Exco, Trust and Exco team, the possibility of us being a partner of the partner organization with the World Food Forum, which is something again under FAO.
You guys have said that we had everyone the opening ceremony that was very important for IVSA and for the development of One Health inside IVSA. I just wanted to thank Ika, also Chloris, who is a current scouting member for their comments, because now trust and scope are going to leave our positions, but we're leaving this strong partnership with the World Food Forum, and I hope we can have more of those opportunities for local members. Thank you.
Delegates need to be more appreciative of all the hard work that the officials are putting in. All right, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Ika, for a wonderful presentation. All right, next point on the agenda is the Standing Committee on Veterinary Education. Good morning, Deep. Guys, come on, applause. I just said, be more appreciative.
Mr. IVSA Nepal, meeting number 20. Good morning, Avnish, and good morning, everyone. It's really nice to. So, without further ado, you all have seen my tired face, so I don't want to make any more talks. So let's go to the presentation. So here is my beautiful and hardworking team. We had 19 members this term from 8 different countries, and yes, this is my beautiful team. So can we also get a round of applause for every one of them? So I don't know if you all know it or not, but Scooby is all about partners, partners, and partners. And these are not just Scooby partners; they are partners of IVSA Global. So we had partnership with Purina Institute, Royal Canin, and Weststream till now. But we have added a new partner, which is IVSA. So together they make Scooby a better place as well as the entire IVSA. So can we have a big round of applause for our partners as well? So starting with Scooby events, the first event of this term was an essay competition, which highlighted why veterinary education is important, and not just veterinary education, but quality ones. As I think that veterinary education is something that is widely not accepted well by everyone. So I wanted to emphasize why veterinary education is important and why veterinary students should give more importance on focusing on quality education over quantity. Our second event, which was a case-based webinar with Purina Institute. So I want to mention that this is a relatively new concept that was pushed forward this term by me. So this event was done by Dr. Barbara Eves, and as you can see, we discussed about the nutritional management of feline lower urinary tract science, and it was very well received because it gave us an important idea about how we can nutritionally manage fruits and their science, and without giving any medications. And the highlight, we do a lot of projects for Purina Institute, and this is something we have been continuing for a while now, the Nutrition Day webinar. I hope most of you have joined it, because if you didn't, you missed a lot of things. So this was done very recently on 28th June, and as well as by Zation in 24th of March. And the main highlight of this session, the Nutritional Day webinar, is that Purina Institute sponsors a Kahoot quiz every nutrition webinar day, and the prizes were extremely good as well. So this term, the term before this, we had only one Nutrition Day webinar per year, but this term we managed to get them to agree to have 2 different Nutrition Day webinar with 2 different prizes. So I hope that you guys will follow us more and participate more in such events. And another thing that we did was Scooby essay competition. With Royal Canin, we did the gestation and reproduction quiz. So this is something that we have been following for a while. Due to time restrictions, we were not able to do the social media giveaway post this term as well, but we are trying to manage it next term in the beginning of the term, and I want the next Scooby year to follow that. So one of the highlights of Scooby is Scooby Educational Grant, where we give grants to inspire aspiring MOs and LCs to do or to sponsor one of their passion projects related to veterinary education. So this year we got we got 6 projects. One was disqualified because it did not meet the criteria, and 2 MOs, I would say 2 MOs or local chapters, one which was IVSA Pakliava from IVSA Nepal and IVSA Philippines. You will get the information about their events pretty soon. So we come to collaboration. So as I said, SCOBY is always about collaboration. So we had a collaborative event with SCOW and another event with SCOW. So thank you, wellness team. I don't know how many of you are there, but thank you from the bottom of my heart and from all the SCOBY team members. And guys, can you all read the title out loud? It says many thanks to the alumni team, because this term the alumni team has been nothing sort of awesome. They have been very active. They have been helping us doing many collaborations, and this topic, diversifying from veterinary medicine, is something that I want to emphasize, because they gave us an idea that not all veterinary students need to be vet, because they can always follow their passion even after becoming a veterinary student. And the next title reads, many thanks to the pathology network team, especially Prakriti. Many thank you to you. So we have 2 projects this term. One was Mind Map Challenge. So this was proposed by SCOBY and Pathology Network agreed, and this was a wonderful event. The next one is the policy paper survey. So all the data are collected, the reports are prepared, and this will be updated to our website very soon. So do visit and keep track of this. And next one, many thanks to the Americas team, SCOCA and WOAH. So we had 2 webinars. I don't think it has been done or not, but we had a single webinar in 2 different languages for the first time with the help of the Americas team, which was titled the virtual vet learning from simulation. So as we know that technology is rapidly expanding, we also need to learn about new technologies where we use less animal resources and more of computer science to learn. So this was a relatively new concept that IVSA Americas helped us introduce to veterinary students all around the world. And the next one is WOA and IVSA survey. Then I would like to highlight the participation of SCOBY in the 74th IVSA OSGA with Dr. Ferran, who is the founder of We You Vets and our newest partner. We had Dr. Swan Pan on a topic of canine lymphoma, and we also had Dr. Ta Yang Debra for the topic what mucous membrane reveal. SCOBY in the 4th European Regional Symposium. First of all, I would like to give many thanks to all the Latvian OC for managing this so well for us. And we have 3 different sessions, one for dermatology cases, one for pain in veterinary medicine, and one for colostrum and ruminants. Thank you, Latvian OC, once again. More. Thank you, Steve. SCOBY surveys. So SCOBY had recently, or SCOBY did a topics of interest survey very beginning of the term, because we wanted to know what the veterinary students around the world actually want from us. So we are trying to give them quality over quantity, by the way. If you have not filled the form, there's the link, please guys. Fill the form, because we want to know what you want from us. And SCOBY celebrations includes quizzes on Instagram story, AMR organized post on videos. And if you want to watch the amazing video made by the SCOBY team, cheers. Here is the QR code. And SCOBY Ambassador Program. So it has been one of the highlights for SCOBY, because this term, I don't know if many of you watched it or not, but the ambassadors were really active. They were making videos, posts about various topics that were assigned to them. And I would like to take a moment to applaud the effort that was put forward by the ambassador team, including the ambassador managers. Thank you, all of them. And thank you, VetStream. Do not forget that VetStream sponsors prizes for Ambassador of the Month, Ambassador of the Year, and they also sponsored prize for the DAD auction. So check VetStream out, it's extremely great, and do check them out. And these are SCOBY Hall of Projects. You can check this out by scanning the QR code. If you want them, if you want the links, you can message me. I will send them all to you guys. And thank you. And as this is the end of, around the end of my term, I would like to take a moment to appreciate and acknowledge everyone that has supported us till now, all the committees and network, external partners, regions, the Exco team, the CC team, and entirety. I would also like to thank our CC secretaries who have been nothing but helpful in conducting everything. So thank you all once again. Without you, Scooby and I wouldn't be here. So thank you once again, everyone.
All right, thank you, Deep, for that very wonderful presentation of SCOBY. Also, I would like to do a special mention for the 2 languages webinar. I don't think we've done one of those in a while. And for diversifying jobs as well. As you might all know or not know, our degree or however it works in your countries provides us the opportunity of getting into several careers, not just clinical science. So be free to explore all careers available to you. These are your growing years. I sound like an old man. These are your growing years. Pick a career that you love and you'll have fun in life. All right, any questions for Deep? Diana.
Diana Großmann, IVSA Germany, bidding number 68. I couldn't see it on the presentation because the beamer is like a bit turned. How many ambassadors did you have this term?
So I think it was 21 at the beginning, and many of them left. Not many, but 1 or 2. They were inactive throughout the time. The Constitution IVS Nepal being number 20, so I was reported that there were 21 of them.
We can keep the lights off. All right, any other questions for Deep? Seeing none, thank you very much for that wonderful presentation once again. Applause, guys.
The Constitution IVS Nepal being number 20. Before I go, I want a round of applause for our partners and sponsors once again, please.
All right, thank you. Now, to the moment everyone else has been looking forward to. The chair will now entertain a motion to go into a 10-minute recess. No, I need new hands. I don't see new hands. Though you cannot switch left and right. I see the Slovakian delegate has her hand up.
Aneta Kraustova, IVSA Slovakia, bidding number 58, I so move.
The motion on the floor is to go into a 10-minute recess. Do we have any discussion? Any objections? Seeing none, we are now in a recess and we'll be back at 10:25.
GAD, merge, pre-orders, and silent auction items to be placed for the donation. Just come at the back. Thank you.
If I'm not back, feel free to be back.
I think yes.
So I have this and then it will create all the what's the name? And for the
Hello people, recess is almost over. Please come back to your seats. Officials, please remind everyone to come back. Buddies. Buddies, check on your accounts. Requested on set. Where are your buddies? EVD, where are your buddies? Officials, it's time. All right, we're restarting GA. Everyone, please come back to your seats. Delegates, please come back. I know people hate me. They're tired of listening to me talk. Yes, Felix.
You two lead the energizer.
Buddies, I need thumbs up that your emos are here. Hello, it's time to get back. As an audience. Okay, so two buddies. What's the remaining? One set is nice. All right. Hello, people. We are starting. Before we have an announcement from the DAD. We have an announcement from the DAD team before we start. We start the GA session.
Myself, it is mistake from our side, so we are responsible to fix it. But like since this we ordered it in the last moment and they packed it after pressing, so it couldn't get dry properly. That's why it is getting peeled off. So we are sending it back to press it properly, and then it will be delivered back within like 2 days. So we are sending every hoodie back, even though like if your hoodie doesn't have any problem, just submit it back to DD team. We'll send it today, and the day after we'll collect it and distribute again. Sorry for the problem.
Hi, so I just wanted to make sure sending it back and then getting it within the day will not cause the same issue in terms of time and pressing and packing while still hot.
So I just called the production, and they said that like they need to keep it at least for a day just to dry. So that's why I'm asking for 2 days of extension.
All right, thank you for the update, and we will get the issue solved soon. And feel free to let us know if there's anything else. All right. You can place your hoodies at the right table where the DAD team is sitting.
So the furthest right. There. Where's the water? Thank you.
All right. I know everyone has gotten their coffees, but I also see a lot of sleepy faces. So we'll be doing an energizer, and that will be Felix.
Okay, I can't do it alone. I need a lovely PP to join me. Okay, I need everyone to get up. Come on, energize like done by sitting. Facing them.
We recommend space around you.
Violeta Linevo, IVSA School, building number 18. Good morning, everyone. As you can see, I'm holding a phone. Neha, the chair of Standing Committee on Wellness, is unfortunately not with us today, but she has provided me with her notes and the messages that she wants to see delivered to GA. So that is what I will be doing here. So she wishes you all a good morning, and she welcomes you to the 75th IVSA Congress. She introduces herself as Neha Sunil, the chairperson of Standing Committee on Wellness, the Wellness Committee of IVSA, and she also apologizes and she finds it really regretful that she couldn't be here in person. So let's get started. I believe this is the wrong presentation. Thank you so much, Chair. All right, so I will be presenting the updates of the Standing Committee on Wellness according to the notes that Neha made. So she says thank you. So the Standing Committee on Wellness is the committee of the IVSA that looks upon the mental health of students. And this is her team, which consisted of 15 team members. She has herself in the middle there, and she had an amazing tenure, and it's worthwhile to note here that she has been serving for 1.5 years as chair of the Standing Committee on Wellness, where she was interim chair last term, like the previous or the second half of the term. She's now has served a full term as scout chair, and I think that deserves a round of applause because there is like this thing in the Standing Committee on Wellness that the chair usually does not serve a full term, so it is really important to recognize that Neha has not served for just one, but for 1.5 years. All right, she is very happy that she can present your team here, and she says that there is a tiny meme about it as well. She says, chair breaking generational curses by completing a full term. All right, so for the project, Standing Committee on Wellness has been quite active. So you can see them listed here. They have been working really hard to spread wellness to the IVSA students. And the main ones that they would like to highlight is the Neurodiversity Project and the Mentor-Mentee Project. So here is the Neurodiversity Project. It's like a project that focuses on various neurodiversity disorders. And it is to highlight and raise awareness regarding the same. So there were 2 webinars and infographics on the neurodiversity disorders, as you can see on the screen. And they were actually to raise awareness about neurodiversity in veterinary students, which was conducted by Dr. Deborah. And the next one was about neurodiversity in pet owners by Dr. Bolu. 2 very engaging sessions. The second one is the Mentor-Mentee Project. So the Mentor-Mentee Project has existed in the IVSA for quite some time. And this term it was conducted together with the Standing Committee on Career Attributes and the Alumni Network. So there are more than 100 mentees, but there are only 5 mentors. So less mentors than there are mentees. So there was a little doubt about the clearance for mentees on veterinary education and opportunities. So therefore they hosted 3 webinars under this project, and you can see them here. There was emotional intelligence for leadership, there was professional growth and purpose, and there was how communication will take your veterinary career into the orbit. They were delivered by professionals, and they were all very engaging sessions and well attended. So these are what Neha would like to call minor projects. So minor projects involve those social media challenges, etc. An example is the letter to the younger self. So this is a letter where you write a reflection for yourself about how far you came across as an adult from your childhood. And there is also Beat the Myth series. So there they want to beat some myths which are circulating regarding mental health and also raise awareness about certain conditions. Then there is a dose of dopamine, and I sincerely hope that you follow their page because it's really amazing to receive the dose of dopamine. The dose of dopamine is usually a motivational quote, and it is posted every Sunday as well as Wednesday, so you receive a little positivity in your inbox. The wellness bingo was related to physical health and mental health related fun activities, so students were engaged to take part in these activities and complete the bingo. And then there was a karaoke night, which the digital platform really, we had some technical issues, but nevertheless, we had a lot of fun and it was really amazing. And she wants to thank all of the local chapters and the MOs that participated in that. So the Standing Committee on Wellness has conducted around 20 webinars this term. There were collaborations, but there were also those standalone projects. You can see them here. I'm not going to go through each of them because that would take a lot of time. But as you can see, there were various topics. There were interactive sessions, there were panel discussions, but there were also informative and educational webinars. There is these week-long celebrations, and the most important one to mention is Wellness Week. So this year, Wellness Week was really like the biggest event of school. So it lasted for 7 days. There were 5 speakers, and it lasted from March 23rd to 29th. The theme this year was to pause, breathe, and bloom. So this was reflected in all of the activities. So there was this change upon the normal Wellness Week. This time there were more educational sessions. Speakers were invited, but also local chapters and the MOs were super active. And for that, I would really like to say thank you. Anyway, so as I mentioned before, they do a lot of infographics. So this is an example of them. The Eating Disorders Awareness Week. So those are infographics to raise awareness in students, the quizzes, a series on Instagram, but also positive affirmations. So the Standing Committee on Wellness celebrates various mental health and physical health awareness days, such as World Kindness Day, Works Autism Awareness Week, Parkinson Days, etc. And then a little word about the ambassador program. So as you can see, there were 20 ambassadors, and they came from 10 countries, and they were led by 2 amazing ambassador managers. So the main projects of the ambassador program were the Wellness magazine, which was paid monthly, and Break the Silence, where students would submit videos on mental health, various topics. They would give their experience, their opinion, etc. And the main topics that were actually addressed were those that often are not talked about. So it was a very nice series to break the silence. Then there is Vet Talk, which is an interview series conducted by ambassadors, where the ambassadors would interview a vet in the field and ask questions that students have. And this was also very engaging. And then they have collaborations with the Standing Committee on Career Attributes and the Standing Committee on Animal Welfare within the ambassador program. So here you can see the research and the survey. So the research and the report, etc., are still in progress. They're under review. But nevertheless, there was conducted a survey on building a framework for cultural sensitivity and mental health support for diverse binary students. So as we know, our field is very diverse, and this survey will help us to collect data to later on draft a report and maybe make it into a policy. So then they had some competitions, the Wellness Week grant. So for the Wellness Week grant, for those who don't know, the first place winner actually gets 100 euros, and the second place winner 70 euros. So MOs who were very active during Wellness Week submitted their report, and it has to be mentioned this year, they were extremely creative projects there. It was very inspiring to see what students did in their local chapters and the MOs, and to see them engaged with the Standing Committee on Wellness. And then there is, of course, the Canvas of Care, which was a mental health poster competition. Also here, prizes to be won. And then there was a little celebration of World Mental Health Day on October 10th last year, and a caption writing contest. So there was a provided picture, and then there was asked to write the caption. And once again, it's really, it never ceases to amaze you how creative our students are. So with that, we are ending the presentation. Please do follow us on Instagram, LinkedIn, and Facebook. You can see some QR codes here, so feel free to scan them. And if you have any queries, suggestions, or concerns, you can reach out to Neha herself. So you use the official chair email, which is school@ivsa.org. So last but not least, she wants to thank her team members, the ambassadors, all of the local chapters and members that engaged with Standing Committee on Wellness, and also the officials that supported Standing Committee on Wellness throughout the term. So yeah, without further ado, and this was Violet, delivering the SCO update. If you have any questions, you can either direct them to the chair or ask them here directly. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Vijay, for the presentation on behalf of Neha. Do we have any questions? Peter.
Peter Pilsner, Democracy number 14. Noting that we have broken the curse with Neha, very nice. Has precautions or preparations been taken in terms of conveying the successful methods that were, I assume, put into place to ensure that the chair of the wellness committee has wellness in her service?
Committee number 18. Thank you so much, previous speaker, for that question. So yes, it was a generational curse, but we have broken it. I really have to mention here that also the previous Standing Committee of Wellness Chair, Daria Pacha, she actually sat together with Neha and me, and we had a brainstorming session on how we can support the Standing Committee of Wellness Chair. This happened at the start of the term, and all of the notes that we took there haven't included in the handover manual of the chair, because we are a mental health awareness working group. It does seem to attract those mentally troubled, in a sense, which creates a very nice support hub within the team, but it also ensures that the chair has like a really, really large burden mentally. So we had a brainstorming session about it, and the conclusions of that are included in the handover manuals. There's also a section in the CC handover manual about that. Thank you.
Thank you for that question and answer. Do we have any other questions? You're also free to contact Neha via the contacts that were given. We'll also help you out with that. And yeah, is there any other discussion? Seeing none, we move on to the next agenda point. And that is the update from SCOCA Chair Mohammed.
Pakistan, reading number 10. Thank you so much, first of all. So I'll be updating you about what we have done during the term of SCOCA. Actually, we have done a lot from the previous term, so let me just introduce you something. So here's my amazing team. So we were certain individuals from 7 to 8 countries, and almost all of my team, almost 80% of the team is still active, and they are willing maybe to join SCOCA next year. We'll talk about it in the later on slides as well. The first thing with Standing Committee and Career Attributes did during the term was rebranding, because you can see the colors which are on the previous term, they were looking a bit dull, and whatever graphic we were making on them, that were not looking too much professional or catchy. So what we did it a brighter version, as you can see a reference picture there. So we did this rebranding, and we actually got a lot of attraction due to this. Okay, so the next thing is projects. So first of all, as we all know that Standing Committee on Career Attributes doesn't means everything, but soft skills mainly. So for that reason, we were having the TNT grants from the previous term. So the previous term was having 2 grants, and then this term we were having 2 grants as well. It was IVSA Pakistan Rawalakot and IVSA Egypt Mansoura. You can see the pictures as well. They conducted their sessions very well as well. Okay, so next is the collaborative project. So we were having collaborative projects with almost every standing committee and network as well. So we were very active within the IVSA standing committee and networks. So first of all, we have the mentor-mentee program, which was originally a collaboration between Standing Committee on Wellness and Alumni, but Standing Committee on Career Attributes were reached out to get an opportunity to be there. So we were there as well in that mentor-mentee project. Second is the SCOCA X Alumni Network webinars. So we were assigned to make a series of webinars for the alumni students plus the ones who will be graduated very soon. So we were having certain individuals, the professional ones, to teach them the certain things which are related to their careers. Here you can see this was the first training session. We had 2 sessions. We were planned to have 3, but we had 2. And then we have SCOCA X SCO joint sessions. As you can see, if you have attended the special SDA, so we were having a collaboration with SCO. Dr. Devon Dublin was the speaker out there. And this was a very much productive session. Another thing which we have done with One Health this year was the survey on Leukaemia and One Health. And we got pretty good response as well. And we have made a survey report as well. And we will be continuing it in the next term. Okay, so this was the biggest standing committee and networks project. So as you can see over there, there's a logo of every standing committee and network, which basically means that this project was a collaboration between every standing committee and network. So basically it was for ambassadors. It was a Canva training. I personally basically wanted to bring some individuals who are good at graphics to IVSA. And so for that reason, we had to conduct this training session for ambassadors so that if they want anything, they can ask and then they can join the IVSA standing committee teams or other regional teams as well. And the speakers for this collaboration were from the alumni social media team. Then, as we all know that as standing committee on career attributes, this was the continued projects that we need to have some training sessions from the previous term. So the first, we had 2 in this term. So the first one was on policy making, which was from our committee coordinator, Wallet. And then the second one we had for officials was the PRC training for officials. And that was our PRC coordinator, Rebecca, and our previous SCOCA chair, which was Sanskar. And then the Inspire project. So basically, this was the most ambitious project for me as well, because Standing Committee on Career Attributes reached out to have a survey with VOA along in collaboration with SCOVI. So SCOCA and SCOVI gathered the form responses from almost all the regions, and then the report was made by co-chair and the president, and it is to be represented in the VOA channel something. Then the main SCOCA projects. So basically, I wanted to have this all because when I was doing the nomination speak last year for SCOCA chair, I highlighted all of them. So these are basically the reflection of that. So SCOCA skill short reels is basically a short form content to explain students what they need, what they can do. Like obviously we are in a newer generation, so everyone just needs ready to make things. So this was it, the ready to make thing. And we are on episode 8. So episode 8 will be live at August 8. So you can just wait for that. Then career attributes. This is a series for the ones who can just read it out. So it is very basic things. And like for everyone who is just want to explore what mistakes are they're making or what can they do better. Then the SCOCA resource bank is the newest series. It is actually a pilot project for the next term. So it is a SCOCA resource bank in which we will be covering, it will be continuing for the next term as well. So we will be covering some certain projects which students need. For this one, we covered that which are the 4 careers that are not properly monitored in the veterinary sciences but are essential. And then interview and expert program. It was my favorite program as well. It was my favorite program as well because it was covering the individuals which are not from IVSA. So they are the teachers or mentors of the ones of the ambassadors mainly. So this was a totally ambassador-led project. So shout out to ambassadors as well for this. And the next episode, which is episode 6, will be live today night. So you can just go around and see that. Then ambassador program. So SCOCA has launched second ambassador program. The first one was having in the we were having in the first term, the previous term, sorry. So we were having 17 ambassadors from almost 7 countries, but they were covering a lot of regions. So as you can see there, we were having a lot more good time than the previous term. We were having training sessions for every month. We were having meetings every month. And additionally, we were having a lot of documentation for the next ambassador managers to carry on this legacy. And also, we do have a suggestion and review portal, which is now live in the Instagram. So you can just roll up to Instagram of SCOCA and see that ambassador reviews and suggestions. So it is live on Instagram as well. Then we were having the ambassador collaboration. Apart from the training sessions, we were having the ambassador collaborations. The first one was standing committee on wellness. The second was one was with the pathology network, and then the third one was with the animal welfare. This was mainly done from SCOCA side just to make ambassadors a camera-friendly guys, so they don't have to like worry about speaking in front of camera, and plus they will have essential soft skills as well. Then this is the most ambitious project of mine. It is a continuation of previous term. It is basically a SCOCA flagship project. So we will be having, maybe in the next year, we will be having it on a hybrid model. It was supposed to be on hybrid model in this year, but we couldn't arrange it for that. But yeah, the first session was confidence leadership with Dr. Natalie Marks. She was amazing and phenomenal speaker, and we were having a good time with them as well. The second session was with on global scholarships with Valeria. She is from Alumni Network, and she was amazing as well. We had a lot of discussion in the end in the Q&A session. And then emergency room realities with Liz Campos. He is also from the Alumni Network, and there was a lot of conversation in the end in the Q&A session as well. Then the second thing, which is most important, we've had 114 responses, which is a 58% increase in the previous term. So in the previous term, we were having 73 responses, and in this term, we were having 114 responses from 20 MOs, and in that, 19 were non-IVSA members. So it is a huge achievement. And if you missed the whole Skills Fest, there is a QR code to scan this, and you'll get to all the session recordings. So you don't have to be in that session. Obviously, you will not receive the certificate for that, but you can just receive the recording of that sessions. Okay, now key achievements. So this is the most ambitious slide of mine because it is something for the future. So as we had a lot of things to cover within this slide, but I wanted it to be precise. So first of all, we are having now the IVSA officials, IVSA SCOCA official trainer, which is like we were not having it from years. So we are now having one. You can see my face here. So I became a trainer from IVS in this term. What this means, but we are planning to launch IVSA SCOCA TNT events to help boost our trainer network by the next term. So it's an aim. We are not claiming it that we will do. We'll try to do, and we will be going to have this session. And then the third and main thing, IVSA SCOCA for the first time is very close to have a very good sponsorship as well. So stay tuned. Maybe in this term or in the next term, we will be having a sponsorship as well. And then suggestions and questions are welcomed for any space of improvement. I don't want it to highlight it from myself. I wanted it to hear from you guys. So I just left it as it is. So we will be having maybe after a discussion after this. Then this is our social media. In the previous term, we were not being active on each platform, but in this term, we are active on all platforms. So you can just contact us on anywhere, either through LinkedIn, Facebook, or Instagram. We were having a good growth as well. And then that's our email, scope@ivsa.org. So if you're having any questions related to soft skills or SCOCA, you can just email. And then thank you. So this is a big, this is a big thank you for all the officials, all the chairs, all the secretaries, EXCO members, CC team especially. So everyone who were there, and especially my team and ambassadors, because I can't stand without them here saying thank you to you, because if we have achieved this much, that's because of the ambassador and the team. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed, for the wonderful presentation of SCOCA. Also, very excited about the fact that the TNT grant finally happened, because training new trainers has been a SCOCA project for a very long time. And it was part of John and my term at SCOCA as well. Anyway, any questions? Peter?
Peter Peterson, IVSA Denmark, meeting number 14. I have 3 questions. So I hope that I will have 1 question and then I will raise my hand again. The first one, I noted that when you started, you said that you had team members from 7 to 8 countries. Is that because someone dropped out during the term or moved, or what happened?
Mohammed Al-Samad, IVSA Pakistan, meeting number 10. Actually, I can't remember the exact number, so that's why I just ranged it from 7 to 8. There is no one dropped. But yeah, there is a dropping between the ambassadors, not dropping, they were there, but we didn't give the certificates for them who didn't manage to get to a certain point. We were like having 140 points for each member just to get a certificate. So 3 of the ambassadors were not able to do so. So we were just circulating 14 certificates.
All right, thank you. Do we have any other questions from Mohammed? Do we have another hand aside from Peter before I begin? Yeah, Ashley.
Ashley Harris, IVSA Australia, bidding number 83. Thanks for the presentation. I really appreciate as well that you recorded some of the lectures and made them available. Do we know if other committees do that? Because I think for Australia, with the time difference, we struggle to make a lot of the webinars and sessions. So I think recordings would be great.
I believe our CC has an answer for all the committees and networks.
Thank you, previous speaker, for that question. So yes, we do have our internal databases. However, the thing is, we always need to ask permission from the participants and the speaker to upload those recordings. And unfortunately, for most sessions, either the speaker or the participants do not give permission for that. But if they are available, they are made available in the drives. SCOCA has already shared it in their bio. But there is also like the possibility to upload them in Glue Up, which is the project we have been working on. We have had some struggles there, but hopefully in the future we will have like a webinar library. And I also would like to mention one more here, if possible. We have a partner, Veterinary Information Network, and if you go to VIM, there is actually an IVSA page, and any of the sessions that we host together with the Veterinary Information Network, you will be able to find it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivek. Mohammed.
Mohammed Al-Samad, IVSA Pakistan, bidding number 10. So I would like to mention here that we are having YouTube channels of SCOVI and Alumni Network as well. So maybe you can find some recordings out there as well.
All right, thank you. Do we have any other questions? Peter. Why?
Because before I get the mic again, any other personality. You're the chair.
That's why I picked you. Sure, Susan.
Susan Ariel, IVSA Nepal, bidding number 92. So just to follow up, so we used to have a project called PPP in collaboration with SCOBI and SCOCA. May I know the reason why we couldn't see any slide related to that? Thank you.
Mohammed.
Mohammed Al-Samad, IVSA Pakistan, bidding number 10. So yes, we have a PPP professional podcast series. So what happened this term was we were supposed to have one PPP, but the thing was the Urina Institute was the one who was speaking with us on the podcast, but they were not available. So that's why we had to cancel it.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other questions? Oh, now you want the mic. Peter.
Peter Pills, IVSA Denmark, bidding number 14. Thank you. Regarding the skills fest, you noticed that there were 20 MOs participating. Do we have any data on the distribution of MOs? Because typically, I think we as an organization slightly struggle with very high participation from one or a few countries, and then other countries are maybe be represented by 1 or 2 delegates.
IVSA Pakistan, Mohammed Al-Samad, IVSA Pakistan, bidding number 10. Yes, we do have, but we didn't public that. So if you want, I can share with you, or if any of delegate want, I can share it with you. Yes, there was a single delegates as well, most of them, but there was a good representation from MENA region and from Asia region.
All right, very nice. We will conclude this discussion now since we are a little short on time. But he's going to be here the entire event. You can speak to him, and he will help you solve all your doubts. All right, thank you, Mohammed.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, the next point on today's agenda is network updates, 18.3.2.1. And the first one is alumni network. And Mr. Vincent is going to be presenting it.
Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone is more than awake after the last editor. Naveen Joseph Vincent, I was getting there, okay? Naveen Joseph Vincent, IVSA Hungary, bid number 2. And in my capacity as the CC and PRC chair, secretary, I'll be presenting on behalf of Daria. And just to clarify, all opinions expressed are Daria's, not mine. I'm just reading a script that she's given me. So just pretend that I've been possessed by her. Okay, so hello, this is the alumni network presentation. This is Daria speaking. I got a little time, although not in person, and enjoy the presentation. So let me start with a presentation of my one and only, the best alumni team. This term, I was really blessed with these people who agreed to join the team. I can confidently say that without these fantastic doctors, everything that was done for the alumni would not have taken place. If you compare alumni to a living organism, they would be all the vital organs. Thank you, my guys. You were the best. So let me start on how you become an alumni member in the first place. You start by becoming a veterinarian. So you finish vet school and have your diploma. You then pay the lifetime membership fee, which since 2025, the amount is calculated based on your country of residence, and it varies between 10 to 20 euros. The proof of payment is then automatically sent to their database, and you can send it by yourself. At this point, just wait for your membership declaration, and then all is set. So I'd like to talk a little bit about the alumni collaborations, and I posted this SpongeBob with the rainbow right here, because our projects have created a little rainbow of our own. We collaborated with every committee and network, as well as with 2 regions, combining the projects with the main theme of the alumni program, professional development and support for doctors, with the main themes of companies and networks. So, considering the last semester, the alumni group was pretty inactive. This term, the alumni has exceeded all its expectations. So, to note, there were 50 new registered individuals, which is the highest number of registered people since the beginning of the alumni network, which in comparison to last year was 0. They confirmed the well, I stand corrected. For this term, okay, so we confirmed the total number of 227 active alumni network members. For this term, IVSA Global gained 622 euros in alumni fees, and they also rebranded the alumni network graphics with new colors, new professional layouts for posts, and yeah, much more. New long-term projects have been set for the alumni, and they re-established internal alumni groups, adding a hangout group and opportunities group, in which daily new opportunities regarding webinars, trainings, internships are actively being added. They were also present during the OSGA, providing webinars, and the alumni team was also present during the 4th European Symposium in Latvia, providing speakers for webinars and in person, including the chair and the alumni team. They also collaborated on webinars and training sessions with every committee and network, as previously mentioned. And the most popular webinar garnered over 150 live participants, with 976 likes on the post and almost 50,000 impressions. We conducted more than 17 webinars. We also established the alumni LinkedIn with currently more than 370 observers gained since September 2025. We established the alumni YouTube channel with the recordings from the alumni webinars. And there's also a new alumni network website with the Young Vet Toolkit, providing useful materials for veterinarians and students. Regarding social media, the biggest growth in the observer number went from 1,580 to 2,180, which is an increase in 600 people, followers. And lastly, they established 3 partnerships for the alumni, and the partners obviously provide discounts and educational materials for both alumni and IVSA members. This is a show of the new alumni graphics that you can see here. Nice colors. And yeah, these are the main projects that the alumni presents. Firstly, there was the long-term project with SCOBY, which was diversifying from veterinary medicine, including exploring paths of working non-clinically as a veterinarian. Secondly, the alumni clinical webinars supporting veterinarians in useful clinical knowledge that can be used in practical work. There are also training sessions with SCOCA, developing soft and non-clinical skills. And there is the ongoing mentor-mentee program with SCOCA. And this is how the alumni network website looks. Yeah, they have a new website. So there are 3 new alumni partnerships, and one of our partners is shared with SCOBY. These partnerships provide for alumni and IVSA members. They provide free access to the resources and learning platforms, case studies, protocols, discounts on clinical courses, and mentorship opportunities. The alumni also took part in the OSGA. One of our speakers was our partner from VU Vet, and the second was Dr. Shaliso, who was the previous alumni chair. The alumni team was also present in person during the European Symposium in Latvia as speakers. These were the topics for the alumni workshops, and the alumni network would like to convey the thanks to that Latvian OC. And what are the potential obstacles, or what is the future of the alumni? The alumni network would like to note that alumni members and the alumni team are actively working people, so they're usually working night shifts, or they're working the whole week. So there's no way that the alumni will be there's no way that they can exist on the same capacity as the other student communities and network. The alumni is an integral part of the IVSA, and the alumni network will not survive the future if it is not treated as such. And with regards to partnerships, it is vital to keep a good relationship with current partners and stay active to not lose them. And yeah, blew up situation, they need to add alumni members to the members portal, and yeah, okay. In any case, since we're running out of time, please follow the alumni social media, and as you can see, there we have more than enough for you to follow. Feel free to take a photo, especially since I know that a decent amount of the people here are graduating soon, so pretty important. And did you guys take photos? And yeah, the alumni team would like to extend their appreciation, their chaotic level of appreciation to those who supported the alumni throughout this term. Shout out to my lovely team. Thank you for the work and support you have given me during this crazy term. I do appreciate all of you for wanting to join the alumni network team. Always remember that you are the best, you slay, and anyone should feel lucky to have you as your clinical doctor. Next, to our fellow chairs and regional reps, thank you for all your effort in collaborating with the alumni and for their willingness to join us in all sorts of projects. To my dearest Latvians, Balis for fighting to ensure that the alumni could participate during the European Symposium. And last but not the least, I'm sending my gratitude towards Violet, our committee coordinator. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your wonderful presentation. On behalf of Daria, do we have questions for the alumni network? Felix.
Felix Metzger, IVSA Germany, bidding number 69. I have a question based on a comment. So first of all, like with the obstacles, I saw that it was mentioned that like one big obstacle was lack of support by IVSA Exco and IVSA Global. And given that I graduated this year and I was also involved as trust, I find it a bit harsh to point it out that way. Given that as alumni, we benefited a lot from the association. We've been part of it for a long time. And actually, it should be the other way around. As alumni, we are the ones with a lot of experience that should try our best to support the association. We should try our best to understand the amount of time that is going there. And I understand that also the alumni network depends on internal decision-making procedures within IVSA Global. So I also understand that this can cause delays, but I find it a bit unfair. And based on that, I would like to ask what plans the alumni network has in order to mobilize the alumni network in order to support students in the future, because I saw like this year, a lot of things happened in order to give something to the alumni, which is very understandable because giving something to the alumni hopefully increases engagement. But I was wondering what will happen next year to also support the association you're all part of.
Thank you, Felix, for that question. Violette.
Violetta Riegel, 76, bidding number 18. Thank you, previous speaker, for that question. So first of all, I would like to mention these slides and the presentation are Daria's words, thoughts, comments, suggestions. Maybe we can go to the slide where it says, because it's actually mentioned with the question marks. I think it actually implies, but this is what I would say, the obstacles / the future of the alumni. So the alumni activity has to be reevaluated, but also we have to reevaluate how we as officials and executive committee can support the alumni. So I don't really think this is a way to call out Exco Trust or anyone that they didn't support. I think it's more a recommendation for the future. And here I want to bring up, once again, for the alumni network, they came from a very inactive basis with a chair that vanished with zero handover to where they are now. And based on that, there will be a handover manual. Included in the handover manual will be like recommendations on how we can engage our alumni to join. And also the alumni chair and team have decided that they want to gather input from their alumni on what they actually want. Because right now we are organizing webinars, we are just a friend group, so to say, and we try to keep our members together, but by having strategic partnerships, such as, for example, with Wasava, it will be really nice because the alumni network can serve as sort of like a flow over into the other associations, such as WBA, Wasava, you name any of them. But for that, we will have to establish these strategic partnerships first, and that will require like further discussion. So to like summarize for previous speaker, it's all included in the handover manual. If you would like to receive it, we can give it to you after September 1st, considering that they are workers and they do have little time. But yeah, recommendations will be made. So once again, clarification, the support from Exco and IVSA Global, I think it's more of a question like how are we going to incorporate the alumni that function actually entirely differently, considering they're not students, and ensure that they do like provide a meaningful network. Thank you.
Thank you very much for answer. We have another questions. I see a new hand up. Wait, Stavros, no. Do you have a parliamentary information? No, so I have a new hand up. Nicole. Oh, sorry, JJ.
Jung Hyo Song, JJ, IVSA China, bidding number 70. I'm pretty new to IVSA, so I just want to know the difference between a proper vet association, like you mentioned, like Wasaba's, and the alumni network, and how the resources that you have are not distributed towards like the alumni network.
To summarize previous speaker, I believe they are asking the difference between alumni network and Wasava WB associations.
Scope bidding number 18. Thank you for that question. So the IVSA Alumni Network is established or was established back in the days to keep our IVSA members who have served or who are just very active members and form a group that is still part of IVSA so they can take part in IVSA opportunities such as our webinars. If there's an alumni event, they can take part in events. What is the difference with, for example, WVA, World Veterinary Association? They are obviously not a student association, but also they have different strategic plans, different goals they want to achieve. For us, we want to advance the mission of education, and we want to promote the benefit for people, health, environment, etc. For WVA, it's more to unite all of the veterinary associations that we have worldwide. So I think there's a different scope of projects that they do. But what we mean with like bridging the gap is that WVA, for example, sees that there are super active student leaders in IVSA, and they would love to have these student leaders later on when they are professionals join their associations. However, there's a gap because sometimes these students or young professionals don't know how they can join these associations. So that is where IVSA has identified a point where we can really jump in with our alumni network and we can serve as a bridge. But as mentioned before, it will require like some more strategic discussions. I hope that answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Violet. Do we have any other questions? Felix.
Felix Metzger, IVSA Germany, bidding number 69. Thank you very much for answering my previous question. However, I'm still like wondering, because I totally see the part of like being as a alumni network, being the bridge to other associations, and I think this is something very important. And I also see that seeing where the alumni network was coming from last term and what they're doing now, it's an amazing improvement, and I really want to acknowledge that. However, I'm still missing like the part from my question where I was asking, are there any ideas or strategies in order for the alumni network to not just being a bridge and supporting like young graduates, but for actively supporting the students within IVSA? Because for me as an alumni right now, I want to have the chance and possibilities with other alumni to find a way to make sure that other students get opportunities that I didn't have, or other students didn't have.
Violet.
Violet was IVSA bidding number 18. Thank you so much, previous speaker, for clarifying that. Yes, so currently the alumni network, the only opportunity where they actively engage with the IVSA student members is our mentor-mentee program. And like I mentioned before, we unfortunately have only 5 mentors, which are alumni, and we have more than 100 mentees. So that already highlights a point of improvement. And for that, I cannot make an announcement yet, but we are working with IVSA partners, particularly in Europe region, and hopefully we will be able to have like coaching sessions and have mentors from there as well. Another point is, as you could see, alumni members from IVSA are quite often invited to deliver sessions to our students. They either share their experience from how they were in IVSA and they moved into other associations, they share their skills, and I think that is a way where alumni also come in like very beneficially, because they have all been involved in IVSA. You are student leaders, and then they move into the profession and it comes with a lot of questions. And I think that is definitely something where alumni serve as well. For further recommendations, I would like to mention that I'm a student, so I cannot really comment on what it is like to be an alumni, but if you have any further clarifications, questions, feel free to reach out to them, and I think they will be more than happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Violet. Do we have any other questions? Stavros? Yes, we have 5 minutes.
Stavros Lavathis, IVSA alumni, bidding number 4. And I have a question about the website and about how it was based, if it's connected with GlueUp, and if the payment methods are also aligned for the handover, because we had a lot of difficult times where websites got lost or exactly, and how does it differ actually from the GlueUp, and why was it necessary to have a separate website? So, multiple question. Thank you.
Violet.
Violet was IVSA bidding number 18. I would love for the chair to answer it, but you'll have to do it with me as CC. All right, so the Young Vet Toolkit was actually mentioned in the strategic plan of the alumni network. So we have strategic plans for committees and networks, and they are for 2 to 3 terms, so 2 to 3 years. So for the 2025-2028 strategic plan, this was mentioned there. However, I would like to make a comment here. We have right now a really like a forest of websites within the IVSA. So within the officials, we do have ongoing discussions on finding one common platform where we will be hosting all our websites. But those are ongoing discussions, so more updates hopefully next term. Secondly, regarding the financials, so the status of the payments, there's actually only one website for which we pay, which is the Scobie Edu Plus website. All of the others are unpaid. Are you okay? Okay, are unpaid. So that means that we do not have any costs there. When it comes to connecting them with GlueUp, they are sort of connected. They if you go to the website, there is a link to GlueUp. If you are in GlueUp, there should be a link to the website. However, we have noticed that actually navigating between websites is not really easy. So this is definitely something included in the handovers to improve for next time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions? Rika. We'll be taking 2 more questions because we are already short on time as well.
Ika Desai, IVSA India, bidding number 13. I don't have a question, but a statement or a comment to make. It recently came to my attention that the alumni network had groups formed at the start of the term with all the other standing committees and networks, but not the standing committee on One Health, and it was a bit heartbreaking and sad that it was with everyone and not my team. So I hope this can change in the next term and both the chairs can collaborate in a much better way.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other questions? Susan?
Susan Anal, IVSA Nepal, bearing number 92. So I just have a questions regarding the registrations of alumni in members portal, because I'm aware of the fact that alumni are not able to register in these. So as an EXCO, as a CC team, can I know, has there been any progress on that, or is there any plan for alumni to be there in members portal? Thank you.
Thank you, Susan, for that question. I believe our MOD has an answer.
IVSA Exco, bidding number 72. So about that, for members portal, we can only add a limited amount of contacts. And right now, we first prefer to add all of our MOs, which is still underway. Like the MOs have paid and have set up their accounts, but a lot of them are still adding the members. So we took this term to see how many, like even when people register up on our site, they count as a contact, even though they are not a member in their MO. So currently, we just wanted to see how many contacts we have. And should in case we require an additional increase in contacts, again, that is something that will need to be added to next year's budget. And there's a lot of more things that need to come into play other than just getting alumni to members.
All right, thank you. Do we have any follow-up questions there? Seeing none, thank you again, dear lad, for this. Thank you, well, Naveen, for presenting on behalf of Alumni Network, and dear lad for answering the questions. All right. The chair will now entertain a motion to adjourn for the day. New hands. Come on, speak up. Yes, Carlos.
So normally, I just want to point it out that according to the Robert Rules of Order and all the things that we mentioned, normally it's not allowed to read out loud statements of other people not present here. I haven't break that because Dario was the most appropriate person to give your words about your work. So we just let that slide, but normally it's not allowed. We just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
And adding on to our parliamentarians' clarification, the GA needs to actually unanimously agree for statements to be there. Anyway, the chair will now entertain a motion to adjourn for the day. Your hands, Amelie.
Amelie Philos, IVSA Germany, bidding number 48, I so move.
The motion on the floor is to adjourn for the day. Do we have any discussion? Any objection? Seeing none, the motion passes. We adjourn at 11:31 a.m., 5th of August 2025, Nepal time. Please remain seated. We will have the lecture from WAB now. However, between the lectures, while we set up the computer, we have a 5-minute break, so you can run
Okay, I can go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, this is sort of a milestone moment for this Congress because one of our newest partners. Both the people on the stage do not need an introduction, but just for formality's sake, we have Professor Dr. Gentile and we have Camila Garcia on behalf of WAB and IVSA respectively. Both of us have gone through tedious signing approval processes for the MOU, and Professor mentioned in his lecture what the MOU contains and what we want to get out of it. I think for a lot of students who have large animals, who have bovines in their countries, this is a lovely opportunity. And for those of you who have already spoken to Dr. Gentile, you know how welcoming he is and how much of an opportunity this can be should you take advantage of it. So I would like to invite them upon to sign the MOU. Tami will go first as the president of IVSA. She's signing on behalf of all of us. And Dr. Gentile on behalf of WAB. I'm happy to announce we are officially partners. You.
Yeah, brother, I'm strong, yeah. But there's no other.
You can see? You can see the screen?
Okay, thank you. I only ask if I can have a photo. I'd like to send my mother. I'm proud of me. So thank you very much for the invitation and for this important moment for our association, and let me say also for me personally. So now it's time to talk about, let's say, something more, perhaps, it's not scientific really, in the right way, but what I'm going to present to you is something that perhaps it's new, but it's not new. It is something that can be useful in this way for students and also for practitioners, for people that have already experienced in the practice. But before to go to my topics, as I saw that next year you are going to have the Congress in your meeting in Africa, in Rwanda, so I'm very pleased for that, because I've been working for 20 years in Africa with projects and with students. Therefore, I would like to present you, so Vet for Africa, I changed a little bit my presentation, 2 minutes to introduce you Vet for Africa. Vet for Africa is an association of students and professors and other veterinarians that is established and based in Bologna at our university, at our Faculty of Veterinary Medicine. And we send students not in the way of Erasmus project, but in the way of Solidarity project. And we send especially students in Tanzania, in a village, a very remote village in the southern part of Tanzania. So far, we have sent more or less 100 students in the last 20 years. And currently, we have 3 students in Anga, that is the village. And these are Julia and Victoria that are working in the cattle farm of a local monastery. We have also the fish project, and next week 4 more students will go there, will join them, and they usually remain 3, 4, 5 weeks depending on their availability. And it is everything on a voluntary basis. That means that students goes all our participants in this project in Tanzania go on a voluntary basis, and the students pay for that. That means that they are really motivated to go there, to have this experience, life experience. This is also Chiara that was in Burundi. So and students, these are Julia, Victoria, and Alessia. 2 weeks ago, I was with them, and they also participated to the life of the village. And I would like to suggest Felix, that is the one that is for refreshing you. That is perhaps something that you can also start for the next. I was here. I asked students to repeat exactly what I did. So therefore, next time perhaps you can do the same. So therefore, perhaps it's a suggestion for you. So let's go to the topic of today, clinical anatomy. Clinical anatomy is a fantastic learning tool for students, teachers, and practitioners. What does it mean? Clinical anatomy. So because we are used to know anatomy as something that we learn in the first years of our study, and it's sometimes quite boring. And therefore we say, oh, okay, I have to pass the exam. But anatomy is of paramount importance for the clinical activity, not only for cattle, but that is my topics, but also for horses, for companion animals, and so on. And the clinical anatomy is the study of anatomy as it is related to clinical practice. So practically, it is not designed to give general anatomical knowledge as it is in the anatomical course, but it is focused on specific structures and issues which we students may need to deepen, to study more in depth the topic during the following clinical study, the following year, but also for practitioners, for veterinarians, because we study specifically structure and issues that veterinarians, practitioners, clinicians may encounter in a clinical setting during their daily activity. So this, of course, at school, so at university, our teacher teach us how to examine animals. And let's say the procedures, the clinical investigation procedures is more or less similar everywhere. So we are taught how to examine animals with a schema, with the procedures, clinical examination, and we use visual inspection, we use palpation, percussion, auscultation, and nowadays also we have imaging diagnostics that help us very much. And this is Mattia, a former student of mine, that of course has learned the clinical procedures. as learned clinical procedures. I suppose you do the same, general clinical investigation, detailed investigation of single body system. And of course, when he started to work, Matthias has worked in Germany, Felix worked in Italian, but he works in Germany now as a large animal practitioner. But of course, when we examine animals, the first question that they say is, what is the disease? What is the problem in these animals? And he ran the clinical investigation procedures, inspection, palpation, percussion, auscultation. And finally, Matthias said, oh, good, I've got it. I know the disease. I have found the disease. I found the reason. I found what is the base of the sufferance of the animals. But the problem is the following. That is a problem that I have perceived since the beginning of my clinical career. Okay, we get the diagnosis. We find the diagnosis. But the problem is, do we really imagine what is inside? And I give you this example. Matthias is examining this calf that is evidently suffering of respiratory distress. That is a respiratory problem. So with ear droppings, you can see the same findings that you can find in the book. He got the diagnosis and he say this is a pneumonia. Perfect. It is, let's say, our result. It is what we have to also to tell to the farmer. It's something that we need, because otherwise he will not pay us. But the question as a professional, as a veterinarian, as a person, I would say, is the following. Do we really imagine what is inside? We've done the diagnosis, we say it's a pneumonia, but do we imagine, do we figure out in our mind, in our brain, perhaps I did something wrong here. It's coming back. So let's wait, but it's good. So do we really imagine? Therefore, try to close your eye. For sure you have seen animals suffering of respiratory distress. Whatever it is, horse, calf, dogs, cats, whatever, also birds. Can you, if you close the eye, can you imagine, can you figure out, can you represent in your brain what is happening inside? We saw from outside. We did inspection, palpation, percussion, auscultation, also perhaps computer tomography, but in our brain, did we manage to figure out, to represent exactly the anatomical situation inside? And this is what I would like to show you by the way of the clinical anatomy. This was for me a big frustration. I wanted to understand inside, and therefore I started to work in this way. So clinical anatomy means to work with animals, of course, dying animals. And our fortune is the fact that we don't kill animals for doing this study. We don't want. So we study for treating animals, for saving animals. But unfortunately, many of our patients die because perhaps because they don't have chance, or because the prognosis is bad. And therefore the best way is, as we have died animals, don't let them be also, let's take advantage of their value. They have a big value also when are died, and therefore don't just throw away, burn or bury or whatever. Take advantage of what they can tell us, what they can show us also after that. And therefore we have used this system. We put animals, we hang the animals. Why we hang the animals and we don't do as traditionally in laying down lateral recumbency, let's say recumbency? Because in standing, the animal better represent exactly what we have experienced, what we experienced clinical. This was a cow with no chance, it's a very bad prognosis. You can see from the lumbar fossa, she didn't eat she hasn't eaten for a long period because of peritonitis, whatever, it doesn't matter. She died, And therefore we said, okay, we want to take advantage of this cow, and we studied and we hang the cow. So let's see. So this is what we have to imagine when we examine the respiratory system. The animal is breathing. We know because we see by inspection, but we have to imagine what is working inside. Inspiration, expiration. We have to sympathize with the physiological situation, because also we do inspection, we do also auscultation, and by the way of auscultation, we have to imagine the air that is coming inside. It is blowing, it is entering and going out, and the sound that we get by the way of the auscultation depend on the anatomical situation. And this is by the way of auscultation. And of course, now I don't want to go in depth because you studied, but just we know that this movement of the air provoke bronchial and vesicular tone. It is in normal situation, but we can have harshness of the bronchial tone. We may have rails if there are material in the bronchi, moist rails, when there is excess fluids that are mucus, or other forms of exudate and transudate that are in the bronchi, and this material is moved by the hair. We may have dry rails, bronchi, produced when tenacious materials and very dry exudates are present in the bronchi situation, perhaps a chronic situation. We may have a tubular sound when the lung is consolidated, typical of the fibrinous pneumonia. We may have crackling, wheezing. We may also have an absence of lung sound. We may have also the perception or the noise of pleural frictions when we have when the two layers of the pleura are inflamed and there is fibrin. So therefore, when we hear this sound, we have to imagine to go back to pathological, what we have studied in pathological situation. And if we want to study more in depth, take advantage, and we can do this kind of exercise. Like, as I showed you, blowing in the lung, and this is what we do with the students. We blow in the lung, and the student can hear, they can imagine, they can also hear somehow the sound. And it's completely different perception. If we hear the sound, but we don't understand, yeah, we hear, and our teachers say, this is a normal sound. But we have to imagine, we have to figure out in our brain. Now, give a look to this lung, and then try to see the difference with the previous one. In this case, our clinical anatomical study was done on a pathological, on a disease-affected animals. Perhaps you can recognize that differently from the other. I go back to the other, so then we can. This one. Inspiration. And we can also hear some sound. This is sound of the lung. Expiration. We can also synchronize our breathing, our movement with the one of the animals. And remind, when you examine animals, close your eye. When we do auscultation, also close your eyes, because you are more concentrated on what you can feel. So this is a lung, normal situation. Okay, let's go to the other one that I wanted to show. This one, by one. Perhaps you can see. Yeah, now he suggested, but we don't understand. Only Julia can understand. Yeah, we understood it. So this part of the lung didn't work. There is no expansion. And this is what we have to imagine when we examine and we say this animal has a chronic fibrinous pneumonia. By the way of the inspection, palpation, percussion, auscultation, we have to imagine this. Here we see better. This is a part of the lung that works. This is a part of the lung that doesn't work. Fibrinous pneumonia. But the problem here is easy to see because we see directly. But we have to imagine this to figure out by the way of our poor clinical investigation, by the way of inspection, by the way of palpation, percussion, and auscultation. And this part is not working, 30%. You can understand this animal was put down because the prognosis was very bad, 50%. But we took advantage of this animal for clinical anatomy, for understand better. Not just to say, the pathologists say pneumonia, and then they perhaps they take sample for histology, but it's not for us, we are clinicians. Therefore, the next time that we make a diagnosis of chronic fibrinous pneumonia, we should go back with our mind to this image. Palpation, we use palpation for, in this case, palpation is very useful. Let's see what we can do as an exercise. Percussion, sorry, not palpation, percussion. So the resonance obtained by tapping the thorax allows us to estimate the air content of the lung situated under the tapped area. The resonance is determined by the resistance that the pulmonary tissue put up to the spreading of the vibration. Therefore, it is clear that the resonance will be different here from this part. Here, where we have the pneumonia compared to the normal situation. And then what we can do as an exercise, as a very, very simple exercise. Okay, so let's see. This is a normal situation. Just try, just do exercise, just take advantage of blind animals. It's a very trivial situation. It's nothing new. But you see the difference, you can hear the difference when we percuss the liver and when we percuss the normal parenchyma. Of course, this is what we do in our clinical activity, but here is easy. We do and we check. Therefore, this is we go in this way from the situation to the resonance, to the clinical finding. During our activity, we have to go from our clinical findings back to this situation. By the way of our percussion, we should rebuild, we should figure out what is inside. We should figure out what is inside. Let's see now the line that I showed you before. This is what I call clinical anatomy, because when we are visiting, examining the animal, it's exactly the contrary. We go in the other direction. When we have this resonance, we have to imagine that the lung is normal and this anatomical situation. When we hear a different sound, so hyporesonant, then we have to consider, we have to imagine out this situation. So therefore, this is a sort of game that we do with our service. And of course, this lung, that it's easy now to understand that this lung doesn't work. 50% doesn't work, and therefore it is also easy for us to imagine, because then we have studied. So, and clinical anatomy is a sort of, we can match all the information that we have studied at university: anatomy, physiology, pathology, clinical investigation. That is a summary, because when we are ready, when we are graduated, we put all together. Perhaps we have a lot of confusion in our head because we have got many information. But slowly we have to put our information in the right way, in the right order, in the right position. And therefore now we can understand that this part of the lung is filled of fibrin, is filled of mucous material, is filled of purulent material, and of course it cannot, the hair cannot be exchanged. And if it is not exchanged, the tissue cannot receive oxygen. And if they don't receive oxygen, our animal cannot produce, cannot grow up, cannot increase the weight, cannot produce milk, because they need energy. And we know from our biochemical study that energy is produced by oxygen. You see how we can put all together. And that calf was the owner of this tank. And unfortunately, these animals, we should recognize and we should make a real correlation between the clinical situation and the anatomical status, because we have to decide what to do. And sometimes we should be realistic, we should be pragmatic, and we should decide to put down animals. Why? Because these animals has no chance. Of course, it depends on the religion. I know that here is not possible due to religious reasons, but I don't discuss all of this, because this is the typical situation of our world to have differences. So nice is the difference. But in Europe, our religion allows that, or in South America or whatever. These animals should be put down because they are suffering. Can you imagine how is the need of hair that cannot be inspired, and therefore it is better for them as a welfare situation, okay, for the animal, and also because otherwise how can we treat farmers, especially in many countries where antibiotics are just sold in small shops without a receipt, without a veterinary indication. What do? They continue, they change antibiotics because we say, I wanted to save them, and they change antibiotics. And I think you spoke a lot also during this day about AMR. Therefore, this is also a problem of antimicrobial resistance. And just another example, this is fibrin on the surface of the pleura. And it is what is the finding? The finding is the finding of the pleura is this wrapping, friction, and palpation and auscultation. And therefore you can imagine when the lung moves during breathing, this material is moved by themselves. And there again, when we have by the palpation or auscultation, this rapping sound, this friction, this vibration, we have to go back to these images. Okay, always clinical anatomy goes in one direction, clinical activity goes in the other direction. Therefore, never forget to take advantage of died animals. They are so useful for us to learn, but not only for students, for practitioners even more. Because what is the difference between students and practitioners? That the student, if they make a mistake, perhaps they can sit again the exam. The practitioner, if they make a mistake, they lose a client, and therefore they lose the money. Okay, therefore we have to also consider. Therefore, clinical anatomy is very inspiring and demonstrative. But this is valid also for abdominal diseases. For abdominal diseases, again, when we examine animal, we have to imagine what is inside, and therefore now I ask again Matthias to help me. Matthias here is doing surgery in a cow with a bulbar displacement. Okay, he's doing surgery. Of course, he examines. This is another cow, but for the presentation, I needed to use different pictures. So, of course, he examined the cow according to what we have learned at school. So, therefore, and the diagnosis was a left side bulbar displacement. He did, to do this diagnosis, he did, of course, the percussion, auscultation with percussion. That is a technique that is very, very old. This is an old professor from Hannover. Okay, and this pink resonance is due to the fact that there is a distended organ with water and with air. And therefore, if we make a percussion with the finger, we have this pink resonance. But also percussion with auscultation, with splashing result. Again, because of liquid and air in this distended, enormously distended balloons that has displaced on the left side between the rumen and the left abdominal wall. But again, did Matthias or did we imagine what is inside? And therefore, again, go to anatomy, clinical anatomy. This is the situation. This is the situation. We can also simulate, make some. I know that nowadays there are many skill labs in all universities, but the skill lab is not as efficient as an animal, a died animal. Believe me. Because also with a skill lab, with a mannequin, we are always passive. We are not proactive. In this case, we should say, oh, I didn't understand this, therefore when I have a cadaver, I try to simulate. I move, as you do in your assembly. We move with our mind. We want to do something. We want to understand. We need to understand because we need to solve a problem. We need to understand what we have not understood during our clinical life or during our studies. Therefore, be proactive. We should move. And therefore, we simulated. We took students, we had this cadaver for other reason, perhaps you want it or remember, and we tried to simulate. As we tried to blow into the lung to see what happened in the lung, we do the same. We did the same with this scalp. Why? Because we wanted to see what happened. We wanted to see because next time, usually we do surgery from right side, and therefore we go blind. Perhaps you have learned from surgery training. We go surgery from the right side, and therefore we reach the abomasum, it is placed abomasum blind. But we have to imagine what is inside. We have to figure out. We have in our because when we do surgery, we go from the right side. This is our hand, and we have to puncture the displaced abomasum, and we do blind. Therefore, we should try to understand what is possible. So we puncture, we empty, and then we remove. And therefore, to do better, we cannot do just say, oh, do it this way. No, we have to understand. Therefore, this is again clinical anatomy. This is what we do. We did with the cow to simulate. To again, you see, and student can, but not only student. Some practitioners come and they say we would like to do the same. Okay, therefore, this is the left side of the abdominal cavity. We don't have time to go more in depth, but I would like to show you something that is of really paramount importance on the clinical activity, especially on cattle. That is the rectal investigation. And the rectal investigation is so useful for the abdominal diseases, not only for reproduction. I don't deal with reproduction, I deal only with abdominal disease in this case. But exactly, the rectal investigation is something that we do blind. When we do rectal investigation, we don't see anything. We have only our hand, right or left, to explore the cavity. And if we don't do the abdominal cavity, we don't understand. And therefore, what can we do? We take died animals, and we just develop whatever system, whatever practice we want to understand. And therefore, we took a cow, we open it, and somebody puts the hand in the rectum. And therefore, here we see the rectum. Because Matthias, when he examines animals, he needs this, he needs to know. Because he can reach by his hand a lot of organs. You can see this is the part that can be reached by the way of the rectal investigation, and we can test the uterus, cervix, ovaries, but we can also test the left parietal peritoneal surface, the lymph node, the dorsal caudal, ruminal sac. You see here, the left kidney. You see here. This is left kidney. You see, it's very easy to be touched, but of course we have to recognize And therefore we have to do try to do whatever we can by learning this. Aorta and aortic lymph node, urinary bladder, duodenal pelvic flexure, caudal momentum, intestinal loops, right iliac lymph node, and right parietal peritoneum. Because you see, and these are a list of diseases, but we don't need to waste time for this moment. So this is the rectum, okay, and you see, this is the rectum. You see what we can reach. The left kidney. Now the lumen was a little bit emptied, but it can be touched. It can be palpated. Here, this is the end. We can palpate the left parietal surface. We can palpate the kidney, the lymph node. You can test the consistency of the lumen. We can test the kidney again. We can test the ilum of the kidney and also ureter. Keep in mind that we can palpate only the left kidney that is in the middle, not the right kidney, unless it is enormously enlarged, and so on. So let's see. Again, clinical anatomy, simulation. So we did this. Now we are simulating to palpate the peritoneum, the lumen, consistency of the lumen, the kidney, the left kidney, the lobulus, then the ilo with the ureter, and then we see the intestinal loops in the retroperitoneal space, and then we can move on the left, right, the lymph node, the iliac lymph node, we can move to the peritoneal surface on the right side. And this is very simple. Why we have to learn without seeing? Why we have to learn to investigate without knowing? Therefore, we decided this is what it is. I did this not only for my student. I did this because I needed it. Because otherwise, what can I teach? How to carry out rectal investigation if I don't know what I find, what I touch? Therefore, when they say this is a wonderful tools, not only for students but also for practitioners. There are many practitioners that do rectal investigation, and they try to get the experience only by repeating. By repeating is sometimes not so useful. Therefore, yeah, here now we can see better. Now we are removing the lumen, and we can see the aorta. This is the rectum, the left kidney. We are removing the lumen in order to see what is on the right side. In this case, you see, we are removing the lumen, and therefore we see the left kidney better. We can see the aorta. So this is everything that here again the kidney. This is the ureter. This is what we can palpate, especially if it is enlarged, if there are pyelonephritis, if there are kidney stones, and so on. Okay, because our rectum enable us to reach this part. Okay, and then also if we remove the lumen, we can see all the intestinal loops that are on the right side. That are on the right side of the abdominal cavity, but this can be palpated. Of course, in this case, for example, this is a good simulation of ileus. In the ileus, we have the meteorism of the intestinal loops. But in this case, the animal was died, and therefore there was no peristaltic movement, and therefore the air, the fermentation remains there. Then that is a really very good simulation of ileus status. And we can recognize different anteproximal coli, the spiral loops of the colon, and this is the cecum. The cecum is very important because sometimes we can, these are all the intestinal loops. This is a duodenum. So of course, in normal condition, they are not easy to quickly recognize. But we have to decide whether this condition is normal or if there are problems. For example, here, this is a simulation of cecum dilation, cecum enlargement, and again, cecum enlargement is another pathology that can be operated. It is the cecum during surgery, but we have to recognize by the way of the rectal investigation. So this is what we can do. One student can do rectal investigation, and the other student can say, oh, what is she palpating? What is she touching? Or we can also do with a camera here with a video that the student can directly see. And so we don't need what particular type of technology. It's very trivial, so we just need practically only a cadaver. And of course, we can do also, this is the rectum, this is the uterus, this is the urinary bladder. You know very well that we can palpate the uterus, and actually we can make a simulation. Palpation of ovaries, palpation of uterus, palpation of whatever. We don't need anything. We don't need only a cadaver. And unfortunately, we have many patients that die. Of course, the anatomical structure a little bit different because here we have removed the womb and so on. But anyway, it is something that can be helpful for us. This was an enlarged kidney, very enlarged kidney. You see our hand, enlarged kidney. In this case was hydronephrosis due to kidney stones. And you see here the ureter, and we can also palpate these small stones. Therefore, really fantastic tools, rectal investigation, but okay, I don't know what it was. The next step.
Same as before.
Same, so now I don't know what.
They need to turn on projector, sorry.
Where?
Generator.
Generator, okay. Now I don't know what I can say to you, but let me. Okay. Okay, perhaps we can.
You can make a copy.
It's coming? Yes. Wait for a while. In the meantime, is there some question? But you see, it seems to be trivial when people, sometimes people say, oh, very nice, but it is a very simple thing that could have been done 100 years ago. We don't need a big technology. So these are the stones. Here we are on the right side. We have moved on the right side. And this is the kidney. This is the left kidney. This is the right, we don't see the right kidney. The left is the kidney, and we see here the ureter. And the rectum is this one, not this one. Therefore, we can easily palpate if there are stones, but we have to figure out, we have to imagine that. Let's see. There is no sound, but doesn't matter. This is the momentum from the right side. This is the way to go on the left side during the abdominal displacement surgery. And here, this is the rectum. And here, we are palpating the left kidney. And we easily recognize that the ureter is enlarged. Huge kidney. And you see, we can easily palpate the ureter, and therefore we can say, oh, this is enlarged. Eventually painful, not in the cadaver. This was the lumen, and this is the kidney. See, and this was the kidney. And this was the situation of the clinical anatomy with our students. You see, it's like a theater. So the imaging that I show you are, of course, I don't show what is in the backstage, but the backstage is amazing because people are so enthusiastic. So, but this was the right kidney, this was the left kidney that we palpated. This was the right kidney that could not be palpated by rectal investigation, but also was affected. Okay, and this is our way of doing it. So this is, and just this is another way for human being, but perhaps it's quite old. anyway, I hope, I always hope that because they use the same instrument, and I always hoped that before going at the back, they didn't. They go first in front and then in the back, and not the contrary. So anyway, so just I finished. So this type can be used for everything, also for the heart system. It is also more complicated. And what we did here, this is again our anatomical study. We see here the ductus botalli and so on. And this is where we usually put our stethoscope, and then there are different positions. Here we see the left atrium. This is the pulmonary trunk. We see the aorta and the brachiocephalic trunk here, but keep in mind this one, the left ventricles, the left atrium. Why? We know that the vena cava caudalis and the vena cava cranialis arrive in the left atrium. And correct? Yes. Yes. And from there, the blood goes to the. No, I'm wrong. So the vena cava cranialis and caudalis, they go in the right atrium. From the right atrium, the blood goes in the right ventricle. From the right ventricle takes the pulmonary trunk. It's okay, you know better than me, of course. Now, what happened? What happens if there is a communication between the two atriums? The blood, instead of going right atrium, right ventriculum, goes from the right atrium to the left atrium. Am I correct? Therefore, what can we do? What we did with the students? It was quite a big confusion because I tell you what, but I don't show you the images of the backstage. So this is the left atrium. What happens if we insert water? I tell you, the clinical anatomy is something that we should be proactive because we want to learn. It doesn't matter what we do. We want to learn. We want to imagine what's happened. Therefore, what we did, we decided. This is the left atrium. Now, can you follow me? Left atrium. Then we remove the left atrium. You see, the right atrium is this one. So, and this is the vena cava caudalis. If we insert water, because we don't have blood, we insert water in the vena cava caudalis. The water, the blood, should go right atrium, right ventriculum, pulmonary trunk. Let's see what happened here. Right atrium, left atrium. We are injecting water, and the water is coming out from the left atrium because there is this. This is very clear opening of the communication between the two atriums, and therefore this is what happened. We have a heart. We did auscultation, or we have animals with a problem, a heart problem, and we hear a sound, abnormal sound, and we have to make a diagnosis. And we say this is the patent the intercommunication of the atrium, persistency in the communication of the two atriums. And this is what happened. Because if the situation would be normal, like in this case, you see the voltage, the tube goes in the vena cava caudalis. This is again the left atrium. Because if the situation is normal, and perhaps we don't have any abnormal sound, what happened with the water? Let's see. Left atrium, we are injecting the water. This is a pulmonary trunk. The water doesn't go out from the ventriculum, from the atrium, but goes out from the pulmonary trunk. So again, this is something that we can do. It is just to understand. we want to understand. As I told you the day before yesterday, we should be curious. We should never accept what we don't understand. We should understand. This is the most important part, because otherwise we are frustrated. So, and that's all. Now I think we can take a rest, because perhaps also it is tired as you at the end of the morning. So thank you. If you have a question, of course, but again, be curious. Don't be satisfied. You should, and we, not you, we all, we should understand, and we should do, of course, whatever is possible, when it's possible, we should try to understand, because if we understand, then we can also try the best solution for our animals, and not only for our animals, for our life in general. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Do we have questions for sir? Yeah, we have a lot of hands. Malaika?
Hi, first of all, thank you very much for the amazing presentation. I think a lot of people here learned a lot. I have a question about the implementation. What advice would you give for universities that would try to implement the system, because it is a very good system?
What suggestion for our
university trying to implement the system?
It's a good question. The only thing that they can do is to make this kind of presentation. I know that, for example, I was recently in China with some students from China, and they were also happy, and they wanted to implement this in some farm. Because, I mean, of course, it depends on university. Because sometimes they say is a biosecurity, biosafety. I don't think it's a biosecurity problem, because all the university have a pathological service. They do necropsia, and when they do necropsia, they do the same way. But why? There are two different so if we do necropsia only for diagnostic purposes, then of course you don't need all this theater. But when we are at university, we do also necropsia for students, and therefore we can take advantage and we can do both. Because as you can see, this is a sort of pathological investigation. So I am a clinician, but I became a pathologist, because as a clinician, we examine animals, okay? We do inspection, palpation, percussion, auscultation, and we imagine what is inside. But for us, it's important to have a confirmation, and therefore, once our animals die, that we or our students have examined, we want to see if what we imagine is really what we perceived. And therefore, it is good to take advantage, and it takes time. This is not a problem of time, because for doing this, it requires time. But the difference with a pathologists need to do a diagnosis, and they do the same peritonitis. For me, it's not sufficient to do a peritonitis, because I would like to localize my findings. So therefore, address to understand the clinical situation. University is a problem for university. We have also a problem in our university to do this. It doesn't cost anything, because I mean it is really cost time. And sometimes I think the clinicians do better because they want to understand. We want to compare what we have experienced clinically. That is the problem. If a pathologist say it's a bomb at this place, okay, it's very easy to do diagnosis. But I want to check whether my findings really were the same as it was correct. Therefore, we end the animals, because if the animals go down or they end the animals in a different way, everything will get lost. It takes time, but it's a wonderful. When we decide to do this, we take 1 day, and also with the lung, we decide to do this. Biosecurity, we just take care not to do inspiring. We use the gaze, and that's all. And you see, also sometimes they don't use any gloves. If I know, I am a veterinarian. I know whether there is a risk in the slaughterhouse. Do people slaughter with hand gloves? Because if the animal is healthy, we don't need the hand gloves. If you see with pneumonia, I use hand gloves, because we should be also able to decide and to discriminate a risky situation from a not risky situation.
Thank you, Doctor, for a very insightful answer. Do we have any other questions? Please state your name and MO like we do in GA.
Hi, my name is Han from South Korea, and thank you so much for introducing this amazing approach. I have done several autopsy, but there was just disarticulation and sending Marura to histology lab and just pathological approach. Then I was really wondering, how do you guys, college, receive the dead cows, like pneumonia? And do you ask for farmers to donate the dead cows, or is there any problem with the IACUC allowance from IACUC or?
Yeah. Thank you. So I should admit that in the last years also in Bologna we have strongly reduced the number of patients due to the cost and due to the fact that I mentioned it to you that there is this movement of center of gravity of interest at universities. This is another problem. So we use usually our patients. When our patient died, and it was the majority of the case, because we tried for students to have especially hopeless animals, in order to have animals that are really very clear disease. So when animals died, the owners just didn't have any problem, and we utilized them. So there is no problem under, let's say, permission from farmers. It is just only the fact that we, as a clinician, wanted to do it by ourselves, because as I mentioned to you, we need to, because otherwise, if we examine an animal and we say, okay, peritonitis, and then we send to pathology, and they tell us peritonitis, I knew this, but I really want to compare my findings.
Thank you, Doctor. It is honestly a very cool way of learning, and I wish we had this when I was learning, because you were just expected to draw diagrams and be done with it, which was not fun at all. And as a clinician now, it takes a lot of time to get to clinical anatomy while you're actually in practice after graduating. Do we have more questions? UK, Gabriel.
Hi, my name is Gabriel from IVSA UK. You had a great lecture and I appreciate it. I've seen some of this implemented at some vet schools, including my own, but I've seen a lot of struggles using this in companion small animals for like difficulties in owners donating their pets or privacy and things like that. So I don't know if you've seen those types of obstacles, and then how can vet schools and students get around that?
Yeah, thank you for Gabriel for the question. So as nowadays, first of all, cattle are wonderful for this type of study, because they are big, they have many diseases that are very, very, that's not, I cannot say nice, but are very evident. And also under an anatomical point of view, there are many diseases that are so clear. For companion animals, I would say it's not so easy, but perhaps also because I'm not familiar with companion animals, perhaps there are many other similar possibilities, also for horses, I would say. This is a problem with the clients that they should donate, and this is because I know that also many clients, they don't, when the animal die, they want to take it at home, or they don't allow to do necropsia. I would say is really a pity. So therefore, I'd say we as a pediatrician, we are lucky for this. I'm sorry for companion animals for this, because it's yeah. I'm sorry for that. Also for horses.
Thank you. I believe Jasmine had a question.
Hi, my name is Jasmine from IVSA Sweden. And my question is, how long can you keep the cadaver, and like how many times can you use it after they've died?
Yes, good question. I'd say as fresh as possible, also, because it depends also on the temperature. It depends on the size of the animals. Adult cattle, they have big rumen, and therefore they have a lot of fermentation. I'd say 2 days more, because otherwise we get a problem. So,
do we have any other questions? Ashley?
Hi, I'm Ashley from IVSA Australia. I was curious what method of euthanasia you use for the animals, if it's just like a bullet, and if that impacts your study.
Yeah, no, it doesn't impact. We use extra label, a product that is used for companion animals. For companion animals, usually, I know there are rules. It is also a problem of cost, of course, but we do the same in the practice. So in pediatrics, we always need to try to save money because, but also to put down animals in the best way. But on my experience, the same drugs that are used for companion animals, if injected slowly, they don't provoke any sufferance in cattle. So we don't need to do sort of anesthesia before, as I know is now the use for companion animals is a different approach. But we have never had a problem in this sense. It's a little bit expensive, but I don't like to use a calcium chlorhydrate, calcium iodine. We don't like because it provokes some stress for animals. I prefer to invest some money for our perception, also for the perception of the students that especially the first time are not used to see animals be put down. Can be invested. It is not a big problem for university. University don't have problem, don't worry for that. If they say they have problem, don't worry. It is not true. No, it is true, but not so true. We can invest anyway.
Felix?
Felix Metzger from IVSA Germany. Thank you for the presentation. I have a question in terms of continued education, especially like in the ruminant field, because right now, as a farm vet, I'm basically depending on learning from what is done in my practice. So when you showed us the video of like just doing a lung percussion, I was like, okay, yeah, that makes so much sense. But like in my practice, we only do the abdomen percussion. I've never even thought of like just doing the lung. So right now, I find it very hard to find material that is not super expensive to learn more about like ruminant medicine, because for example, like on the most pages in Germany where you can get like lectures, like online webinars, there are like 5 webinars, 4 about mastitis, and each one costs 200 euros. So I saw that, for example, the World Association of Pediatrics has videos of their congress on the website about some lectures. Do you have further tips about where I can find stuff to learn more about ruminant medicine outside of my practice?
Good question. I say that is perhaps the most difficult question to be answered. Yeah, I think the best way for you would be every time, I don't know in Germany, I don't remember in Germany if it is possible to do necropsia in the field, outside, in the farm. I don't remember whether it's possible. But the best way is sometimes also to do by yourself. Whenever you have a cat, whenever you have animals that has died, open it, if possible, of course. But I think that in Germany it's possible. What is the area you are working now? Close to? Is the north in South Bavaria. Yeah, perhaps also. The problem nowadays in the university is this biosecurity problem, because also to allow people to attend clinics is a mess. They need insurance. They need list. So this is a pity. Therefore, I should say on the web there are materials, but the best materials if you do it by yourself. Well, I know that Rademacher from Munich is doing some. I think he's still doing some courses similar. Rademacher, good Rademacher from the. He was former assistant in the clinic, but I can give you some more information later on.
Thank you. Do we have more questions? Julia?
Giulia Ricordo, IVSA Italy. So I have one question. Do you do this practice with just voluntary students that happen to be there when the animal dies? Or you think that this can be also used in mandatory practical hours?
We do also in our training, in our courses, in the practicals. It depends on the availability of the animals. Unfortunately, compared to Milano, now we have very, very few animals, unfortunately. And therefore, do it in Milano. No, you can do. You have a wonderful clinic, so you can do it.
No, but I can't be invited to come.
Okay, I can come to Milano. Yes. Yeah, it depends on the animals availability, but we do in our training of clinic. Because this is very, for example, when we have our patient, we let students examine the patient, and then we say, okay, do per patient percussion, whatever, and then we go to pathology, and we check, and we tell the student, was this your idea? Was this what you imagined when you did palpation, when you did percussion? So to compare.
Do we have any more questions for Dr. Gabriel?
Not necessarily a question, but on the topic of like limited availability of cadavers or autopsies, I've seen this is a very kind of frontier level, but using computated tomographic scans, I've seen like just like a few months ago that they were able to create a VR for reproduction of like these types of scenarios, and then having that access to veterinary students, you know, the headset, handset. That was very interesting.
Yes. I would say AI now in the training is also becoming a master. But the difference is that when you use mask or whatever, you are passive. You're passive. You don't do what you need, what you want to do. This is different. You can imagine, you can move, you can do whatever, but it's completely different if you decide by yourself how to develop the best technique to understand. Okay, because if you use artificial intelligence, the artificial intelligence has decided what you need. If you use your intelligence, you decide what you need, and it remains in your mind, your brain, much better. Like it is correspond exactly to what you need. It is the same for the practitioners. We did a mistake, and I say, okay, to improve myself, I have to study in depth that part of the work that I did in a bad way, or I didn't understand. Therefore, so proactive is different, but I know that is nowadays there are techniques that are wonderful, but much better perhaps, but nevertheless, if you have the possibility, be proactive. This is.
Thank you, Doctor. Once again, I would like to thank you very much for a very, very insightful lecture. Do we have any other questions? Tua. Also, this will be the last question.
You know, to give a lecture is as an exam. During the exam, you sit the exam and the perfect professor asks you. Giving a lecture is exactly the contrary. I am the student and you are the professor, and you ask questions. Thank you.
Archangel, thank you so much for the presentation. It was really, really appreciated. I can find like some things that we already studied in our lecture back in Morocco. And there's like a problem that we have. It's like the lack of information about the herd. I'm not sure if it's the same case for you. I'm pretty sure it's like a very common problem. My question is like, what do you use to actually find a solution for that? Like, what are the elements that you would rely on to guide your diagnosis based on what you find to manage better the herd?
The herders. Oh, okay, thank you. Now this is another topic. Another herders. There are many tools. Also in this case, based on AI or livestock, the so-called livestock precision farming. I would say I'm not the best for this because I am a poor clinician, but there are many tools that especially young people need exactly for evaluating the performance, evaluating the rate of the production, the percentage of disease like food disease or mastitis, the cell count. Therefore, there are many tools. So health is I would say nowadays it's becoming perhaps more important. The difference is the following: that health management can be also approached by people that have studied animal production. Okay, for to be clinician, the veterinarians are the only one that have studied to be clinician to treat animals. This is, I would say, we need to be. This is for us. It's quite difficult because we have to work as an animal production expert and also as a clinician. But as a clinician, we are the only one, and we should keep because to understand animals also in the health. This is quite important. So the approach is like this. Yeah.
Because sometimes like the farmers themselves, they don't have like the history of the diseases that we live. So we just rely on the signs that we find like in the clinical case.
Yes, yes. So this is important of the history of the farm, of the anamnesis and so on. But you should be better of the persons that currently work in that because we should move. Okay. I don't say that I'm better of my profession because it is not so. But I ask you to be better than what we are because you can do because we have tools, we have instruments that allow you to be in this way.
Thank you, Doctor. Do we have any other questions? All right. So sir is going to be around for a bit. You can also speak to him after we are done with this. You can also take his contact and email and speak to him more. And we have
a small total appreciation. Yeah, so I will be presenting it. Please thank Professor with the round of applause. Thank you very much.